Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Hope everyone's doing well. Just wanted to talk about some comics. I used the cover for my YouTube channel. I used this image from Toth. Give me 1 second. I can't seem to see the. Huh. Let's see, guys. I gotta see if I can pull the comments. Okay. Hey, Flighty. How's it going? Evening. Yeah, so this is a short story. Toth penciled and inked a number of short stories in the 70s and 80s. This is one of those short stories, and it just looks awesome. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm just going to flip through it a little. Um, just want to talk about comics. Excuse me, my stomach's growling. Apologize. Anachronism. I'll read a little bit, maybe. July 4th, 1881. It was when Clyde Pritchett rode into. Hey, Mike. How's it going? Hey, John. Hello, everyone. Congratulations on a fun and successful launch, Miss Fawson. It was great. I mean, very, very pleased. Um, Besides, some people like, that ain't shit. You didn't do. Hey, man, that's my first launch. Very good, David. How are you? My first launch. Very pleased. I'm just about to hit 10,000 within maybe a few more backers, which is awesome. Got nothing to complain about. Very, very pleased with it. I got about, I think, 4,000 on my own, and then I went on Ethan's show and went over 9,000. I mean, it's fantastic. The power of CG, the power of Ethan's audience. Very, very much appreciated, guys. If you haven't got it, check it out. I just want to check out where it's at right now. 1 second. And I want to share something also. Let's see where it's at. Okay, 148 backers, $9,957. And also, I added a new, an add-on, I guess. Is that the term? This Pigman trading card. It's Submission Impossible. Mission Impossible. And that's Pigman talking about Submission Impossible. It's fun. That's exclusive to this campaign, by the way. It's not. I have like three other Pigman trading cards, but this is unique to this particular crowdfund campaign. Excuse me. Hail, Jimmy. Hail, guys. You know what? I just want to mention something here also. I've ignored this man or woman, I don't know, Vickyverse. She's been trying to get my attention for the last year, ever since I first got on Ethan's show, and a little persistent, very, very annoying, very dishonest. So she says something here. The Ribbitards and the War Campaigners got hold of my preview on my for Pigman, and they said it looks like shit. It sucks, and every insult that they can throw at me. And also, not just that, this bitch went a little further, and she tried to get my attention, and she has it now. I'm gonna get back to that in 1 minute, Sir Adro. Hello, Michelle. So this Vickyverse writes, again, she's been trying to get my attention for about a year now, and she has it right now. She goes, doing a self-insert. Now, that language, I cop to it. I say, yeah, this is, they're Killian Duke, the hero in my comic book, who creates Pigman in the story, is basically me. I mean, him and his twin brother, the Muslim, as if I split myself in half and became evil and good. That's, Porkman says, will that card be part of the I Want It All pack? I forgot to do that, but yes, it will. Thanks, Pork. I'm going to have to mention that. I'll have to add that to there. Thank you, man. So yeah, she goes, doing a self-insert in, I know, Flatey. Never listened to the Dirtworms. I ignored her again for a year, and then it seems like there's a rush right now of Rippitards and the other guys. I think they were climbing onto someone's thread who liked my stuff and called it shitty, racist, and whatever. As leftist as you get. I mean, these guys, there's something smells about these kind of people. They're they're as collectivist as any leftist. So this bitch says doing a self-insert in a comic where the protagonist goes around slaughtering Muslims is grotesque. I don't care who you are, Bosch Walson. So what she's saying here, hey, son of what? What she's saying here is think about this. She says that doing a self-insert, the protagonist goes around slaughtering Muslims. Now goes around just randomly slaughtering Muslims, right? This dummy is exposing herself as not distinguishing between Muslims who don't murder and Muslims who do, jihadists. You know, that's what she's basically calling all Muslims the same thing. That's what she's doing. She's not distinguishing between the way Pigman distinguishes. You know, Pigman's told at one time, he goes, you know, you have this character killing Muslims. He goes, no, he kills jihadists. Muslims could be evil, you know, but I'm doing those who have crossed the line into jihad. That's the ones that I will kill. And so she basically does the same thing that leftists do, that Muslims do, which is conflate Muslims and jihadists. No distinction on her part. Even Pigman does it, even though she's trying to, you know, trash Pigman. He don't do that. And then he seems to have unresolved mommy and daddy issues. No, he's just an edgy grifter. If it was popular and not overdone to do this with Christians, he'd be doing that. Think about that. What he's saying, as if it's popular to go after Islam and draw Muhammad and take on jihad in comics. You know, it's preposterous. And then of course, you know, yeah, this shit sucks. The art sucks. It's really funny, very funny. He doesn't consider you a Christian, then you probably never try to tell him about Jesus and how Muhammad wasn't a prophet. I don't know. Huh. Anyway, I will check this out. No, that's all I had to say. Just a little note. I've never. One second. Very, very cool. This one guy who backed me yesterday just realized that he got The Infidel #1 on Comixology years ago, 2012, the first issue of The Infidel. And then he went to try to get issue 2, and I removed digital copies from Comixology and Kindle last week. I don't want anything out there besides this new run. That's it. I removed it from my site. I removed all the comics from my site. I have no more copies of on my website. I have no more digital copies on my website. The only way it'll be available is now through this campaign. Come July, late July 31st is my goal. I could get it before, but I figured that's enough time to have it on to see how it's working with the crowdfund. I mean, right now I'm about to hit 10,000. That's great. I really appreciate it. You guys came out, man. You know, I know that expectations aren't what they are, and people try to say, look what Eric did. Eric went from 3.7 million. Now he's at 200 something thousand, a little over 200 something thousand for the first day or second day now of ISIM. That's bad, man. That's really bad. But if I got what Eric got yesterday on Payment #1, I'd be ecstatic. I think it'll be a game changer in terms of holy shit. I wouldn't expect that. First of all, I had no idea what to expect. I just knew that if I can get to a certain point, I'm like, okay, I think I can continue this series. That's really what it is. I think I continue, and that's what matters. I think I can continue this series. Anyway, so I'm gonna get off here. I don't want to get swallowed up in the Vicky-verse. What a handle. The Vicky-verse. What's this verse stuff? The Faustin verse. Imagine if I did that. No, it's Oink Comics. That's what it is. Oink Comics. That's my company. All caps comics. It's not about me. We're not always on our own minds. They are. You know, but anyway, I just want to go through some of this art here. Ahoy, son of what? John Porter says, Sticky Vicky is a simpleton, yep. Never listened to the Dirtworms, they are cancer, yep. Mike TV Dub says, you get flack when you're over the target, Bosh. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. It was fun being on Ballers last night also. I actually got, man, uh, I started yawning on Ethan's show. I slept about 2.5 hours the night before. I was up all night trying to get this campaign to the point where I was like, okay, I can let it go now. I had to make sure it was as good as it could be. Um, and it's good. And I'm adding some stuff. I got some other ideas. I just sent a feeler to my longtime printer to see if they can now maybe print the flip book, the Muhammad Pigman flip book that I have. I've been sitting on for it could be a year now. No one has been able to print it. No one has told me that they could, that they want to. I got rejected by a few. It's a 70-page flip book. It's really cool. It's all color, full color. Just a little moment, in time. And maybe I can add that to this campaign as well, or just sell it on my site. I don't know. I'm also thinking about maybe, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I want to keep everything on this, focus it all on For My Comic. I'm thinking I should do that. And maybe later on at a certain point, maybe have available clearly issue 1. Once issue 2 is, being crowdfunded and issue 1 has been out already, sell it on my site. I don't want to go, I tried to do some stuff through eBay. I had a real problem. With them. Something was going on there I did not like in terms of visibility of my location stuff. So I think when the campaign's over, when I have enough copies on the side, because I'm going to do what Ethan does. I'm going to make enough copies so I can comfortably have some backup, just in case, and sell them in the after the fact. And we'll see. And we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I just want to get to issue 6. I think as soon as I got on Ballers, I said, look, all I want to do is get to issue 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think Shane he started laughing. Maybe he was like, damn, that's a big reach, but I do want to get there. I definitely do. And again, I was on there last night. I started to yawn. And they weren't boring me. I was exhausted. And it's pretty cool because John and me, we both know about the Barbary pirates, the Muslim pirates who were sacking our ships in the ocean, in the seas, in Africa, in the seas. What was it? In the shores of Tripoli. That's where the Marines came from. It was Jefferson and at one point Jefferson and Adams met with this one. I forgot what they called him. Not a sheikh or something else, a Muslim, right? And they realized these guys mean business. They want to do damage and they're taking our people as slaves, and we have to do something about it. We can't just let it happen. They take our ships, they take our people, they make them into slaves. That's over. Marines were born, the Barbary pirates were done. And it's in the founding of our country. We've been dealing with this threat since the founding. And John knew that, I knew that. Pretty cool. I just like that. I love when people know those kind of very interesting aspects of history about the jihad, because that's pirate jihad, really is what it is. Flater one says they sense the changing winds and will lash out to anything they can sink their claws into. That's absolutely true, Flaty. There's something very vicious and sinister about these people. They're so dishonest. It's outrageous. I mean, some of the things they're willing to say. One guy even said this. You know what? I got to respond actually. Sorry guys, but I'm going to not respond. It was one of the war campaigners, and what happened was, let me see if I can get this. What's going on here? Oh, okay. Sorry, guys. Let me see if I can pull this up. Okay. I just like refreshing this to see what's going on. Okay, wow, I passed 10,000, guys. Thank you so much. Probably someone on this feed. Wow, 149 backers. I got 10,000. That is... wow. Thank you very much, guys. Whew. This is very, very, very cool. I think there might be an audience for a Pigman. It's the second day. I got 10,000 right now. 149, backers. I want more. I want enough where I can really feel like I can get this done in issue 6, and then wrap it up. Pigskin leather. Make it Islam-proof, Muslim-proof. Only infidels, only non-Muslims can handle it and read it. It'll be very exclusive, very non-inclusive. Let's say that. Wow. Thank you so much. That is so cool. That is so damn cool. Um, I'm gonna get a screenshot here. It's like, second, guys, if you don't mind. This is a pretty freewheeling show. This episode, at least. I want to have some organization here, but I just want to send this out there. It's just so cool. It's so cool. Very, very pleased. And Ethan was very, very kind to have me on last night. And I threw him $100. I'm like, look, not just for that, but for the fact that he's been so generous having me on Kings. And, it's like, I don't know. It's like, how can I put it? I bring some heat that some people might not want. Ethan doesn't give a shit. I respect that because I don't give a shit either. Things are what they are. Give me 1 second, guys, if you don't mind. I will get back to you. I just want to note that my Pigman 1 campaign just hit 10,000. That is so damn cool. 10K. Thank you very much, everyone. Back it here. Thanks for indulging me, guys. I'm just very, very, very pleased. Very pleased. On day 2. So damn cool. One thing here also, guys, just one thing. One of you guys wrote this, and I just had to respond to it. He writes, okay, this Lorenzo Sleazetack. He goes, isn't that the guy whose big claim to fame is that he drew a picture mocking Muhammad and a bunch of people other than himself got killed? I mean, think about it. I wrote, what a way to sum up the fact that the only ones who died in a terrorist attack were the jihadists who came to mass murder us. So these war campaigners are in competition with ribitards for dumbest, most dishonest losers in this space. No doubt about it. So that is so damn cool. That is so damn cool. Also, this Fun My Comic put on featured pics. It's a first one there, so that's awesome too. Thank you so much, guys. I really, really appreciate your backing. I just it means a lot. I love my story. I love my comic. I love my work, and I love the fact that it's getting enough interest where I believe I can move the series forward. I just got to make sure everything goes well. You guys are pleased with it. I fulfill it well on every level, and probably earlier than I just wanted to shoot for a date where I knew I could do it, but if I could do it before, I'll be very pleased with that. I think you guys will too, because right now it's July 31st. That's the date that I set, but it could be earlier. And if so, awesome. And if you guys like it, great, because one thing I noticed about the Kings, it seems like their campaigns, at least a few of the guys, their campaigns, they do very well with the follow-ups. That's what you want. You want to retain the readers. You want to keep their interest. They want to get them to say, I got to find out what happens next. Otherwise, it doesn't matter. I don't care what you started off with, $3.7 million, then you can't bring that to issue 3. You just can't. It's just not good enough. No one gives a shit, even those who pretend to. And it is a pretense. I don't think that there are any passionate ISOM fans who can't wait to find out what ISOM does. I really don't. I just don't. If Lady won't stay on target, yeah. David L says Vicky's a total attention whore. Yeah, that's what I get. She was trying to get my attention for again about a year. Maybe she has a crush on me, maybe, but she hasn't gotten it, and until today. And again, I didn't even respond to her. I just saw it. Someone was tagging me. I got tagged here. I got tagged in a number of places. And again, there's that push like, fuck, this guy made. Because look, whatever else you see the other guys, they make a big first day. I get it. It's my first campaign. First one, I'm very, very pleased. And it's not fake, humble like Taser Man. Oof, that fucking Taser Man. My God, he's so annoying. he had that voice like this. It's like, well, I don't know what the hell he's talking about. But he was pretending that I was pretending that I was happy. And when he doesn't realize I'm very fucking happy about that. The fact that I can put this, what's considered a controversial comic out there and get some attention from people to the point where they're like, you know what, I want to find out what this is about. And it seems, from what I gather, a lot of it is new readers who have not been on my email list. So this is really good. Also, I can put my own little email list on that, and give you guys updates and let you know what's going on, and in terms of the fulfillment and everything, and also where I'm going to be at, where I'm going to maybe a little preview here and there of the new moments and new scenes and new, double page spreads and so on, which I intend to do, and I intend to get them right, guys. Double page spreads are very important. I had a double page spread in my first graphic novel, Table of One. I made sure it was done well, or else it would defeat the purpose. You know, unlike the Rippaverse. Make comic books great in. He said, "What's up, Bosh? You were great on Trash Guys. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. It was fun. It's always fun being on there. Even though, believe me, I get pushback, and Bosh adds nothing to the show, but you're going to get that, man. You're going to get that even from people who like, Comicsgate. It is what it is. I'm not a loud entertainer in that way. I'm just not. But I can, detract. I think, not as well maybe as some, but I could detract. Appreciate it. Thanks, Steve 16305. Congrats on the launch. Well deserved. Thank you very much, man. Thanks for being here, guys. I really, really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. It means a lot. Again, I'm just pleased that if I can continue this series, you guys can help me continue this series, that'll be awesome. And we can all, get to the point where it'll be all new material by issue 3, all new material. And from that point, it'll be a few hundred pages. Well, not from issue 3, but from issue 3, it'll be over 100 pages. But what I'm saying is, by that point, we can get to a few hundred and wrap it up in a graphic novel, in a full story with extras and everything, with the early drawings of Pigman that I did over 20 years ago and so on. Things that I thought about that didn't quite, pan out, certain things, looks that Pigman had prior to the final design. It was a process, sometimes an embarrassing process. I mean, pink mask with ears that popping out to the side, almost like Batman, the old one. It's terrible. It's embarrassing to look at, but it has to go where it has to go. And sooner or later, I was like, okay, this is the one that works, and that's it. And I even refined that, though. Even now, I can see little things I'm doing. I'm like, okay, I think that's even better than it was, and so on. That's my boy. You got to get him right. All right, guys, I'm gonna read a few more comments and then just show you some of his art. Incredible art by Alex Toth. Gibber says that'll be killer for a single creator. What would be killer, Gibber? If you could follow up. David L said, put the link for Pigman in the chat, please. Okay. Of course, guys, man. Look, man, I should know these things. Like even Ethan was like, hey, man, you didn't put the link in your video. And I didn't. Things like that. It's like thoughtless, man. I'm like, damn, I should have done that. I'm going to put it here, guys. And then I'll put it also, let me give you 1 second. I'm going to put it on X and then also on YouTube. And we'll see how that goes. I hope the sound doesn't come off through here, guys. It might, but let's see. Okay, I'm going to put it here. 1 second, guys. Okay, and then one last thing. I guess I can do that here. Sorry, guys. How do I do that here? This is yesterday's. Okay. I don't know if I did that on there, but let's just do it here as well, if that's the way it's done. Okay. That should be okay now. All right. Cool. Okay. Let's see, guys. Let me get back to, okay. There's a number of messages here, guys. Appreciate again. Always appreciate the you guys coming on here, interacting with me. You want to have some give and take, guys. It's like you want to do your own thing as well, but if there's nobody there, it's like, okay, what's the purpose of it? So I do appreciate it. You guys are always here, which is awesome. Thank you, guys. If Ethan has his thing, 150, damn, guys, thank you, man. Thank you very much. It means a lot. I'll mention this also. I just put this on here because I got some details. It'll be over 60 pages, over 60. If I don't know exactly how much, but over 60 pages for that first one. It'll be over 60 pages for the second one, and so on, and so on. Written, penciled, inked, lettered, and colored, and published by Bosch Fawston, 60 plus pages of a story that takes on the Islamic enemy and his leftist allies. This is a different kind of war comic: culture war, political war, philosophical war, media war, brothers at war, and war on the battlefield. Recovered Muslims versus born-again Muslims. That's the cover 1, cover 2, cover 3, which, again, I like the design. I like having the 4 characters. I'm going to have to look at it hard again because I had it in blue. I had it in other colors. I had the top red, and I'm still not settled on it. But when I do, I will note to you guys that it'll be a little different and better by the time you guys get it. Because I got 6 backers only for that, but people did order it for the most backers. I got 76 for the war paint, 24 for the first one, and 12 for the black and white. I like the fact that they're very different from the others. All-out action comic book style, right? Superhero comic book, a full headshot, the 4 characters in profile, and then this pure black and white, more of an iconic image of the Twin Towers and tombstones. John Malin has the original art for this, actually. I used the one that I gave to him. I scanned it before I sent it to him, and I used that one because I like this one a lot better. The detail is finer, and it just works. And I actually pulled this in a little more because his is a little, his is wide. And this I had to pull pigment in a little bigger, make him a little taller, but it fit on this cover pretty well. And I like also the simplicity. Pigment, 1, Bosch Fawston, that's it. I write pencil, ink, color, letter, do everything. So, but I'm not going to write that. I wrote it here just to let people know that that is the case. Because people do ask me, do you color your comics? Do you ink? Do you letter? Yeah, I do it all. I love the fact, every line is mine. I stand by it or fall on it, and that's why. But I will say this though. I've had Muslims, I've had leftists trash my comics, but not the art. Just the idea of me taking this on. That's really what it is. And even some leftists, like Rich Johnston, he wrote a positive review of Infidel #1, 2011. And he said he was ready to hate it, ready to trash it. And he said, it's good. Reluctantly he said so, but he liked it. He thought it was a good piece of work. And he said it's, reminiscent of, at least, he goes, it's like Miller and Mazzucchelli. He goes, and there it is. He has it on his bookshelf, the character behind him. It's on a bookshelf where Killian, which is here. I will show you guys. I think you guys, okay. I'll try to, it's John Romita Jr. there, Radiohead, Alex Toth, Kirby, Ditko. I got Robert McKee's story. I have The Art of Plotting by Linda Cowgill, which is fantastic. Getting Things Done, The True Believer by Eric Hoffer, who's fantastic. It's a great book. The Art of Fiction, Noel Sickles, all these books on philosophy and art, and The Unwinnable War, Nothing Less Than Victory, Atlas Shrugged, Fountainhead, Objectivism by Leonard Peikoff, Violence by not Vince Gilligan, something Gilligan, I forgot the name, but I got books also on violence, just on violence, and on the fanaticism of true believers. Not necessarily exactly for Muslims. I wanted to get into the mindset of these people who do the unthinkable, or are willing to go to the lowest depths possible of mankind, and do these horrific things with complete conviction. They made themselves believe subjectively, not objectively, that it's the right thing to do, that they're going to have to pummel human life, innocent life, and I don't know. It's scary, but I did study that. I wanted to get into the mindset of people who, again, crossed the line into there's no going back at that point. And I don't know. It's It's a scary thing what people are willing to do. Let me keep going here, guys, and then it's an Oink Comics. Mike TV Dubs. I just donated Bosch. Check your campaign. Thank you, Mike. I think you're the one that probably knocked it over the 10,000, which is much appreciated, guys. Very, very kind of you, man. Thank you so much. I have to put this. Okay. Some reason it just popped up big. Um, wow, another one. Damn, guys. Uh, thank you. That's all. You love what you do and you want to get it out there. And again, I think Ethan was, I think when I was on there a few times, he goes, "Okay, guys, I'm looking at you and I'm looking at you, Paul and Bosch." He goes, "You got to get some campaigns going, guys. This is what this is about." And I said, "Absolutely." I said, I think Pigman, I'm going to relaunch it. I'm going to start from scratch again, and then go to the finish line this time. I had a huge monster project that knocked me off Pigman 3. I was going to go to issue 4, but it was something that was I had to do. I spent a few years, and the story. It's a story. It's a story unto itself. What happened, and the outcome of that. I'll tell it one day. Um, let's just say, that winning the Muhammad Cartoon Contest, getting the kind of threats I got, my life just went completely. It was upended, and I had to get back to some normalcy. And I've been able to get to some normalcy. Working on another project for the last 2 years. It's interesting because this is how it happened. I don't know if I discussed this, but I sent out a drawing, and I said, if I were to adapt Atlas Shrugged into a graphic novel, this is how I would do it. And you know what? Let's see. Let's see what I can do here. I don't want to show too much here. How can I do it? No, I don't want to do that. Someone will ask me at a certain point, and I will just show it out there. I wish I had it at the ready. I don't think I have it at the ready. That's fine. Anyway, I threw something out there, and if I didn't do that, someone wouldn't have seen that, and that someone wouldn't have been to someone else and say, "Hey, this guy did this, he said this," and within a week, I signed a contract for something for a dream project. It's an amazing thing. I will definitely talk about it one day. So I've had a very interesting few years, and now this year has gotten even more interesting. This year, for instance, it will be probably the biggest year of my career, hands down, with that project. 350 pages, written, penciled, ink, colored by me, written, penciled, ink, lettered, and colored by me. Um, Very, very exciting, and it's a completely different than the thing that I'm doing with Pigman, and therefore Table of One was completely different. The one I will do after that will be completely different. I love that because it's all things that I love, but they're so different from each other. They're so the sensibility is different. It's like people could assume that it's a different person who might be doing it. At least the story. If not, you could tell my art. People can detect it at this point. But it's so exciting, man. And then there's also another potential project that I was asked. Someone asked me to write something, and I was like, "Hell yeah! It sounds very interesting." Just to be the writer on it, which I would love to do because it's a very interesting premise. The whole, and I can get my teeth into that as well. It's something different than what I'm doing. Also, awesome. This guys, my stomach's growling. Apologize. Anyway, thanks again, Mike TV. Much appreciated. Thank you so much, man. If anyone here, if you're here and you haven't backed it up, take a look at the preview. Look at what I have to say about it. It's all here. I have a whole thing about this campaign. I make my pitch. You can check out the preview itself. I have these choice pages from issue 1 and 2, which will be now all in issue 1, and which will be also be remastered, perfected. I'm going to look at each single page and see, okay, what can I do here? How can I expand it? How can I make it better? And so on. And some of them might not be touched. Some of them will, clearly. I just don't know exactly at this point what that will be. Because I'm pleased. Look, I'm pleased with the story. And all the readers over the years have been pleased as well. I've gotten very few detractors, at least those who read my book. I got people who haven't read it who trash it. From your boy Zach to this crowd, ripitards and war campaigners. They all dismiss it at face value. And think about this also, guys. Think about this. The attitude is that I'm just there grifting. Guys, it's a lot easier to grift if you do something without risk. Those are the grifters, the ones who don't do shit with no risk whatsoever. Trash and Disney at this point, it's like, all right, big shit. So what? Big shit. Criticizing an ideology that motivates most of our followers to fly planes into buildings and kill thousands. That takes risk. And I'm not here to talk myself up here, but I'm sure as hell going to defend myself from being called a grifter, who you can do a lot easier grifts. There's a reason why Tucker Carlson only now criticizes Israel and Jews and never says anything about Muslims. That's a grift. That's a grift. The reason why Candace Owens is only going after Israel, not even coming close to criticizing Islam, which is far worse than anything. That's a grift. Propping up Eric July and trashing Ethan and the Confiscate Kings and all that. That's a grift. It's all shit. So I do take exception to it, I gotta say, because it could spread out there. And I've heard it more and more of late. The idea that I'm just a grifter. I'm just, guys, if criticizing Islam, okay, let me just put it this way. This is the answer, because if criticizing Islam, if drawing Muhammad, if doing all that was a grift, why isn't everyone doing it? Why isn't it the thing that's most done if it's just a goddamn grift? Why is Pigman the only anti-jihad, anti-Islam, anti-leftism comic explicitly out there? Why, if it's a grift? It's preposterous, but it has to be pushed back against, because again, it doesn't go just these idiots who push this, but it goes from them to others, and it could seep into the minds of some who are a little ill-informed and start, that makes sense. It does make sense. And I like to push back against it when it comes across my feed. Because again, I never look at that dummy and what she says. No. I mean, I think she posted once, twice. I was like, oh, she's dumb. That's it. She's out. But I got a lot of stuff, and a friend of mine, a cousin of mine, was just sending me some stuff. He goes, what the hell? He goes, they're trashing your art. He goes, I mean, I don't get it. He goes, it's good. I said, yeah. I said, I try my best. They were trashing. They were using this face also. It was funny to me. This face right here, particularly trashing me with that Killian face. It's like, that's a bad face? I don't know. That's bad? I mean, I don't think so. I think it's good. And self-insert thing, that's tired, man. That's tired. Look, the main reason why I use myself as the real world model for these fictional characters, flat out, the flat out reason is this. I wanted to hit home the idea. I could have made them 2 Arab guys or 2 black guys. I say, you know what? I want to hit home the idea that Islam is an ideology, religion. It's ideas. It's not race. No matter what Muslims try to say, if you criticize Islam, they call you racist. Leftists and Muslims do that. They know it's not true. You got to hit it home that fact. Now, how do you hit it home pretty dramatically? I think by having 2 redhead twins who are Muslims by birth, born into Islam. It's a way to remind people and get them out of their heads like, oh shit, that's true. Anyone can be Muslim. Anyone can convert to Islam. Anyone can be born into Islam. So it was a good way for me to do that, just to hit it home. That Islam is an ideology. You can be born into it, and you can convert to it. If you can convert to something, it's not a race. It's just stupid. Okay. So thanks again, Mike TBW. Demonized Rice. You just reminded me of a comic I read years ago called Oink by John Mueller. Anyways, Pigman looks great. I can't wait to read it. Thanks, man. Demonized. Appreciate it. John Mueller Oink. Never heard of that. That's a comic. Interesting. The Barbary Wars. Yeah, pork hunt. The Barbary Wars, indeed. And it's pretty interesting. At some point, I don't know whether he was a vice president at that time, John Adams, and he was with with Thomas Jefferson. They had a joint session of Congress. They read the Quran, and it's so sickening when you had a Muslim Democrat who was sworn into his office by putting his hand on Thomas Jefferson's Quran. No, dummy. He had that in order to find out what the enemy was thinking. That's why he read that. That's why he owned it. These were great men. These were learned men. And John Quincy Adams, his son, John Quincy Adams, he was thoroughly knowledgeable about Islam. He called, Muhammad a barbarian. He wrote, if not essays about it, he wrote about it. These guys were learned men. They understood the world we live in. Unfortunately, we don't have, statesmen like that today. We just don't. Very, very few. Very few. Demonized says, I also think you should get a mail-in cover variant. John said he wanted to draw one for you. John said he wanted to draw a cover variant for me. If he did, of course. Of course, I'm all in. I know that John mentioned a month or two ago that he said on one of his, because he was cracking open the original art that I sent him with a pigman with the cover. This one right here. This one right here. He has the original art for it, and he opened it up, and he said he wants to draw pigman. He goes, yeah, I just want to send it to Bob. He goes, even if he wants it, I guess we all get humble at some point, but I had to write him back. I said, John, please, I'd love to see it, so, we'll see. And again, I also want, part of me wants maybe to send John at least a digital file, a digital, packet of this, just to get him to understand it a little more, maybe before it goes out. So maybe give a little more incentive to maybe do that, or, pay him, whatever the man wants. I'll figure it out. It seems like he's the most interested in it anyway. So that'll be awesome. That'll be awesome. Maxie Miller, hi Bosh and everyone. Congrats on 10K. Thank you so much, man. Thanks, Max. It's awesome. It's awesome. And you guys, I believe I saw some of you in the chat on Ethan's show yesterday, which was great. Thanks, guys. I was sharing it. You guys were sharing it like crazy, which is fantastic, man. You guys put in the work, you really do, which is awesome. Thank you so much, guys. In 24 hours, a little over 24 hours, getting over that point, that's awesome. Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate it. Thanks, Jimmy. It is good news. Definitely is. Make Comics Rated Fire. Absolutely. Pork Hunt, welcome. He goes, Bosh Watson, welcome fully to Comicsgate. We look after our own. You sure do, guys. I was like, I'm a loner by nature. I've been out in the wilderness for a long time. I've been doing this work for over 20 years now. My first graphic novel got nominated for an Eisner, for a Russ Manning Most Promised Newcomer Award. I got interest from studios for Pigman, and even Table for One from the producer of The Shield. I did cartoons for Front Page Magazine, which is David Horowitz's publication, for 14 years. A few cartoons a week. For a time, I was doing 3 cartoons a week there. And then PJ Media, Big Hollywood, the old Breitbart website, Big Hollywood, before it became only Breitbart. The Limbo Letter, I drew a few cartoons for Rush Limbaugh's publication. And it's unfortunate, man. I got there. The last one I did, I think he died a month or two after. And it was an honor to be part of that. Rush was the best of the conservative talk shows, hands down the best. I had my, I could listen to him for a time here and there. I always got back to him though, more than the other guys, because I don't know what it is. You get tired of certain things and the way they go about certain things, and you get burnt out on it. But he was the hands down the most informed, the most positive, naturally positive. He never was pessimistic about the country, about the left yet. And that's why when Europeans come on here and they say, hey man, Europe's dead, what do you think? I'm like, I don't buy that. I don't buy that the UK is fucked. I don't. Even though I had that cartoon 2013 after they really were showing themselves, the left at least. And look, the right in the UK is as left as our Democrat Party, but the left in there is even further down the line. They're more openly totalitarian. They're more openly totalitarian. At least the left here, to some extent, they pretend that they're patriots. They're not. But Starmer and these other guys, these are gangsters. you know. And I gotta get look, man. Kash Patel just had his sworn in. He was sworn in as the FBI head yesterday. He had a great short speech with his beautiful girlfriend next to him, and there's a positivity about there, and there's a love of country. You can tell it. It comes off of him. It exudes, and he looks like a good guy. And he wrote a book called "Government Gangsters" about our government and leftists in there. I got to get that. I've had it on my list for a while on both Apple Books and also Amazon. I got to get it. I also got Elon's book, which I'm going to get as well and just read that, the book on Elon Musk. I read the book on Steve Jobs, which was great. Steve Jobs is interesting also, guys. I'm going all over the place, guys. That's just the way, the nature of live streams. Steve Jobs, a great man, and a more based guy in Silicon Valley than most of them. I think Elon has taken the head on that. He's flat out the most based. Whatever criticism anyone has against him, this guy has put himself in a position where he is a major threat to the powers that be, to the powers that want to be. Major, major threat. To the point where people are actually hating him a little more now than Trump, which is part of Trump might not hate that, you know what I mean? But he's willing to take it on. It's worth it to him. We have to survive as a civilization. We have to. He understands that, and he speaks in those terms. It's very important for him to do that. But the point is that Steve Jobs was based. He, in his own way, he was talking to Obama. I think he was criticizing Obama to his face in I think the Apple offices. I believe that's where it was, where he was telling them, your anti-business practices, they're going to get you, you're not going to get into a second term with that. Called him out. Obama didn't like it. Obama's the kind of guy where, again, he's built on balloon. He's an airbag. He's basically nothing. There's nothing that made him who he is except others, a collectivist movement, from the Saudis who paid for his education to whatever, who knows what, to the communists who, they wanted him in there to fuck us up really bad to the point of no return. That was their goal, and that was their vessel. And he did a damn good job of it. If that was a job, he fucking did a great job. Divided the country in a way that we haven't been divided in a long, long, long time. No one gave a fuck about race and all that as much and anymore, the general public, until Obama. Before Obama came, race relations, as I say, even though I think race relations are overblown also even now when they say they're not. It's the rats on TV, it's the Obamas and all those scumbags. But the point is, Steve Jobs also, one interesting nugget about his life. He was going to a restaurant for a while. There was a guy, maitre d', he owned the restaurant. He owned the restaurant. A Syrian guy, an older Syrian man, at least 20, 30 years older than Jobs. Jobs was a regular at that restaurant. Jobs finds out at one point that that's his biological father. After meeting the guy, after knowing the guy, he finds out that that's the biological father, and he refused to meet him. He didn't want to meet him. He didn't want to meet him as his son. He didn't want to bring that up to him because he felt abandoned. He goes, no, he left me. The guy is a Syrian Muslim. Imagine. Steve Jobs was adopted by Americans in California. He was allowed to get to know himself as an individual. The process of individuation, the process of him becoming who he is and getting to the point where he can fulfill himself, fulfill who he actually is, his highest potential. He couldn't have done that. Even if the father has been here for most of life, which I believe he has, there's still that cap. It's a cutoff point that Muslims have. There just is. They can't get out of the limits that Islam puts on you. Islam is the most regressive, as Churchill called it, the most retrograde force on earth. The most retrograde force on earth. You got to get the fuck out if you want to know yourself, if you want to find out who you are and how far you can go. And Jobs was allowed to do that when he was removed. Whatever, I don't know how the situation was. His biological mother and father, I think, decided that they couldn't quite do it. I'm going to show you something here, guys. Here's a drawing of. It didn't come up. Okay, here's a drawing of Muhammad I did for a cartoon for Daniel Greenfield years ago for Front Page Magazine. He's in a loony bin with his Quran. Anyway, I just saw it. So Steve Jobs, Interesting, guys. You know, imagine. So I did do a cartoon. I said, imagine if this man was not, there would be no Apple. Not the way it is, not the hard work that he had to do to get to that point. There would not be. It would have limited his intellectuality, his everything, his ambition. There's something also slothful about Islam. Um, it rewards those who don't deviate from the religion. They want to keep you physically, literally down on your goddamn knees with your butt up in the air. They don't want you up in the sky. They don't want you looking up at other things. They want you down. Um, it's an amazing story, and he was a great man. He was flaws and all, a great man and a great innovator. They, of course, they. Oh, it was only was. It was both. It was both. It was both of them. There's something very based about Jobs. I liked him, and of course he's vilified and he's called an asshole. I don't give a fuck for that stuff. I don't have to deal with him on that level. You look at the nature of his work. You look at the results, and you look at what was happening while he was there and what's happening since he's begun. Is not that kind of innovation that they had. The Apple, the iPhone came out. Why? Because they were working on the iPad. They couldn't perfect it. They said, okay, let's have a smaller version of that. Let's see how that works. And if that works well, then we'll do the iPad. Because the iPad was the first thing that they wanted. Also, something interesting. Maybe I don't think it's his Islamic sensibility, but he wanted to try to see if they could ban porn off of the phones and stuff and off of the products. And I think he had to be checked and said, Steve, it's a free world. People can do what they want. I don't know if we want to put those limitations on it, but there was something, I think, wholesome, or you can call it something else about that. I think it's interesting. That's all. A great man. Great man. And Jobs to me, Musk to me is the closest to that. I don't give a fuck what you think attitude, and I'm going to change the world. I'm going to change the world. And Jobs has, Musk has been able to get himself in a position that Jobs didn't have, the kind of impact that Jobs didn't have in terms of getting into the White House and literally getting into the White House and sleeping there and trying to, make things better. No, the media is working overtime to vilify him, and it's getting through to some idiots, even idiots, sorry, people who are on the right who shouldn't be taken by these people, but they are. It's tragic. Anyway, thanks, guys. Gibber says, you need to start shitting on E. That's where the real backers are. I don't know exactly what you mean. On Ethan, do you mean, or Eric July? Gibber, LOL. Demon Eyes, yeah, they're pretty disgusting. Sorry, guys, I lost all context here. I got into my little tangent. Richard Gradwell. Hey, Richard. Hey, I really enjoyed issues 1 to 3. I'm waiting to see what happens. Keeping my fingers crossed that you get to complete story. Me too, Richard. That's the key. Continue the story and then have that climax. And it goes big, it goes wide, it goes deep. And it gets better and better. It's a big story. It really is. Daniel, I read the review by Daniel Greenfield yesterday that he wrote 2015. He goes, it's the big picture stuff here. The guy's smart as hell and he's honest as hell and he's just a great writer. And for him to write that, I just was blown away, flat out blown away. The greatest thing I think I've ever been gifted in terms of a review of my work. He gets the big picture and he was very complimentary. And, you do your best out there. You try to get the story. And again, to me, it's a one piece. I'm not trying to appeal outside of the story. Like, okay, I got to do this to get more numbers for the, no, I'm telling a story. I'm an artist. I try to, integrate the art with the writing as best as I can. I want to get the characters as defined as I possibly can without being too nuanced to the point where you start to lose the core of the character. I mean, Pigman is very blunt about who he is, but there is nuance there. There is. I mean, he's a family man. He does have a family. He does have children. He does have a wife. He has a family life. He's not just this ruthless creature like the Punisher going out there and, having nothing to come home to, zero, and losing your humanity where, it should affect you if you're going to go out there. He's not killing people per se. He's killing savages and monsters, but still, sometimes that battle might lead you to do certain things and get children involved. I think there was one issue of Daredevil where he was killing some people, and he realized after the fact that there was some young drug dealers, and he was like, "Huh, the enemy's recruiting children now. All right, I'm gonna kill you more now." There was one issue that Garth Ennis wrote, and I think it was Louis LaRosa. I think it was a hell of a story, and the drawings were fantastic. Punisher goes to a party for this old mafioso, and he goes right through the front door, kills the guy in front of everyone, runs out. They all chase him. He gets in a ditch that he built, and he mows down the lot of them. And then at the funeral for those guys, he goes there again and kills even more. I mean, that's funny, good writing, very effective, and it shows the ruthlessness of the Punisher. Frank, and I don't. It's not by accident. Frank Warner, Frank Castle. I mean, it's not. And also, I had this idea about Warner. The man who warned America was John O'Neill, FBI agent John O'Neill, who was hunting down Osama bin Laden for years, who ended up on 9/11 outside of the FBI and being head of security at the Twin Towers. Ended up going back in the building to try to help people and died. Unbelievable. A big guy, that old school cop. He looked like he was a little heavy, tall guy, big, broad shoulders, and also just like a stone face. I use him for the model of Frank Warner. And there's a reason why the Warner, the man who warned America, the warner, he's warning people. The warner. All these things, it's not by accident. He's a Frank Warner. He's very explicit in how he warns these people. And it's just a cool name, I think. Goody Two Shoes, Hill Bosch, great launch. Thanks, man. It was a great launch. It's awesome. Fleety One says you should drop the campaign link in the chat or pin it to the top. Damn it, guys. I still don't get about pinning it to the top. I'm sorry, man. I should know these things. I don't. Pin it to the top on YouTube. Is that what you're saying? Because if you are, let me see if I can do that. There might be a way to do that. There might be a way to do that in the chat. Let's see, guys. Let us see. I'm going to go here. I'm going to silence myself to the top. Apologize, guy. Top chat. I don't know. Live chat. Top chat. I don't think so. Engage with your audience. What's that? Start a poll? No. I can do a poll at some point. I'm just going to put the link again, though. Every so often, I'll just keep putting the link, guys. Back Pigman. Thanks, guys. I'll do that here, and I'll do it here as well, because it looks like I have to do both of these places. Let me just go through a page or two here, and I'll get back to you guys. I might lose a little context. Apologize. This is just Alex Toth, the great Alex Toth. July 4th, 1881. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I just want to show this art, Anachronism. It's a guy who's from 1881, and he goes across this river, this little, water, and he ends up in the modern world. How? I don't know. But look at he made this long form. It was in a comic that you had to, turn. I guess, the innovation, this was before Byrne did his FF issue that way, and others did things like that. He did the entire short story this way. I don't know people who did that back then. And even this, I love when I see roads when they're black, with the tar black, the white lines. It just looks more attractive to me. I got this scene coming up in the thing I'm doing now, when the whole street will be that color, not that gray look, that black look with the yellow lines across. Something very attractive about that. But look at this. He goes, "What a mess! Must be the doings of the railroad, ruining everything. Never saw a bridge like that. It was nothing like this either." He sees this truck. He's like, "Whoa, easy, Hector, easy boy." Look at this panel right here. Look at the boldness of that sharp line and the black. The lack of fear for putting it in there. It's awesome. It's like a black part boom. You could mistake it for, okay, what's that? Oh, I see. It's a harsh shadow there from the hats, and it's beautiful. These little nuggets of lines there. Look at the grass. Look at the city coming in. Look at the characters here. Look how they're drawn. I hope you guys can see it. Yes, you can. Look at the lady there, the little kid. This guy's running through town. Toth's inks, to me, he's his best inker. Very bold, Detailed also. If you look at it, it's not as simple. People think simple, simple, simple. Yeah, yeah, to some point, to an extent. There's detail there when it's necessary, and his usage of blacks. Look at this: a black line is a heavy black line is a shadow. Here, that's a blue shirt, but he made it look like a at least from this angle. Look at these guys. The guy has a circle chin. The guy has a square chin, even though they're fat. Um, that face and shadow, so bold, such a bold look. Look at that right there. Look at that woman with her skirt, elegant line there, beautiful. Thin, thick, thin line, little lines here. Look at the cars, the modern car, an old one. Look at these faces. Look at that horse even. Just a nice, its eyes, awesome looking. Look at that. And this guy's face, the angles he chooses here, and his lettering is fantastic. He was, I think Walt Thompson, someone said he's also like one of the greatest letterers, and he is. Look at this, poking that horse, and he goes, "You'll buck today or make a one-way trip to the glue factory, hoss." This guy's poking that horse pretty hard. He goes, Hector, the more I see of this place, the less I like it. Hey, that's about enough of that. He goes, "Trying to tell me what to do, old clown?" He goes, "Not trying, telling." "Here, clown." Boom, knocks him down. "That did it, son. You've gone and made me mad. I warned you, clown. I don't fight fair." He goes, "Me neither, son. I'll get him." Where's the sheriff? And look at this also, just that really nice choreography, the line work, the far to the final movement of his punch going that way. This guy's body and these lines also. I love Toth does this more than anyone. He tries to convey, okay, this guy's getting jammed up here quick, and this guy's moving right towards him. Boom. And then here, look at this. "Sheriff, let's get us out of here, Hector. Hold it." His hands are there on the horse. He goes, "Hold it." "Ah, sorry, deputy." Boom. Shoots him in the shoulder. These guys are chasing him down up in the air like that. Miller used to do that in Sin City, which is awesome. The car is going off the road for like a few feet, which is really, really fun. And then the chase is on. Look at the angles he chooses also. Look at this, guys. I just love this stuff here. That worm's eye view. They crash, and then he's getting away. "I'm going to nail him. We'll see, big mouth. Got him. The horse is mine. Where'd he go? I must have hit this. I must have hit his horse. Look. Tracks. Let's get out and run him to the ground on foot. Look. The tracks lead here and stop. What is it? Beats me. Look at this. It's the old man and the horse. From a hollow corner of the universe, an unheard voice whispers, "Welcome to the 19th century, gents, and never mind how or why we got you got here." And then there's a whole pack of Indians here. Injuns. Very strange, very interesting, man. Beautifully drawn. Just beautifully drawn. The boldness, the lack of fear to have. Look at this whole area is black here. I love that. Strong blacks. No one laid out blacks like Toth did. That sounds razor right. No one laid them out. So good. So damn good. All right, guys. Yeah, guys, I'm going to do that every so often. I'll do it now also. I'll just drop the link again. If you guys are interested, man, you want something, let me say this on my behalf about this. You guys want something completely different that it is not out there. There's nothing like it out there. That's a fact. It's just not. I know, because I'd be reading it if there were. Happily reading it. Part of me wants someone to take it on and in their own individualistic way. I wouldn't want someone to try to do what I'm doing. I really wouldn't. If they take it on, do it interesting, do it in your own way, from a perspective of a one who was never Muslim, maybe, or something like that. Who maybe even a guy who became a Muslim, and then left it after a few years as an adult. That does happen. I got to get back here, guys. You should drop. Yeah, okay. I'm only halfway through, guys. Wow. Thanks again, guys. I really appreciate it. Taser Man, is that guy you see at the restaurant bar who insults the servers and hosts and orders nothing? He is a vagrant in the chat. Yeah, that's for sure. Ethan has this, I guess, not need, but he gives this guy, I think, a chance he doesn't deserve. He calls people cockroaches, CG. Nah, man, he shouldn't get rewarded for that to be on Ethan's show. It should be an honor. It really should. Evening, Andrew. The guy's piece of shit, and he sounds like shit, and he probably looks like shit. That's why it doesn't show his face. Richard Granville says, "Boss, you need Moss to drink campaign links for you to link." Yeah, to drop camp. Yeah, I guess I wouldn't know how to go about it, but if someone wants to offer and let me know, please. Enrique Cabrera says, "Will Pigman get a sidekick eventually, like Veal Boy or twin teenagers called Bacon Bits?" Sure, why not? I'm joking. No, he won't. But there is a moment in time where he's out of commission. Let's just say that he's out of commission, and something has to happen to get him back into the war. And it's an interesting situation. Something I've been working towards for many years. Something I drew years ago. If anyone knows about propaganda, you might put two and two together. Maybe not. If not, good, because I want it to be a surprise. It's a surprise to the enemy in the book, that's for sure. It's also a surprise to the person who's involved. Let me just say, there's a moment where someone who was not getting a little away from understanding Frank to some extent, who knew him well, and then starts to really understand him when they literally get in his shoes and realize, I get it. I get it. And they walk and then, passed back on. But that's a whole thing. I'm alluding too much, but I don't want to give you guys too much of a heads up. Random McCollum says the Zero fights are going in hard on Bosch because they don't understand arts and our SGWs are hard. They are. Just shitting on my art, so all right, I've gotten that, but it doesn't make much, sense. It's like, okay, that's all you got. I read Isom. I know it's shit. It's not a good comic. It's just not. These guys haven't read my stuff. And, for all the thing that your boy Zach says about the Zeros, right? They don't watch their movies. You didn't read Pigman. You trashed it. Same shit right there. And what's up with that, bro? You said it's stupid. The same thing those guys say. In that way, you're a zero when it comes to this. You should at least, it would be a natural way, I think, for someone who fancies themselves as a professional comic book creator to some extent, whatever. I never got his comics. I think I saw a little bit of Jawbreakers that he actually wrote and drew. I was out at that point. I was like, nah, it's not good. Whatever value he had as a commentator, cool. I was there. I was all there for it. I want to hear the rats get ripped over this stuff, but you would think that someone who at least went to war, came face to face with this enemy, would want us and loves comics. You would think he would give it a shot. No, called it stupid. I lost respect for him, and again, he trashed it sight unseen. The way he accused these guys of doing it. I think Critical Drinker actually watches the movies. I just do. I don't. The yellow guys, I don't know. I think Critical Drinker. Let me give you one example. I sent Eric and Nerdrotic and some other guys 3 or 4 years ago. I think I sent them copies of Table for One. No, I didn't send Eric. I emailed Eric at one point because I saw one of his videos. He was talking about comics and he wants to maybe make them one day. And I said, okay, cool. Maybe he would like this. I had no idea these guys were pussies to that extent. I just didn't. I found out by the fact that they've shunned me. Gary Nerdrotic, the way Ethan calls him, he has my comics because Dave Landau, who I know through the Anthony Cumia show and this and that, and we correspond sometimes, he's gotten some of my prints also. He got my Muhammad being roasted print. He got my Norm Macdonald print. And he got a few other things. Let's see. 1 second, guys. I want to see if I can do this. I want to get access to the stuff before I come to you guys. But anyway, so he has my comics. He does Quarter Black Garrett, I think, and they never got back to me. So the point is, Neurotic, Critical Trigger also. I sent him, I send some of the guys because again, Chuck was on there. I say, hey Chuck, I know you get on there. Maybe they'd like to check out my comics and maybe have me onto the Friday Night Tights or whatever it's called. And I didn't know they're full of shit. I found out when Iceman came out. They're full of shit. They pushed this hard, and when I asked about it, they didn't say it's good or bad at all. Yeah, that's bullshit, man. They don't want to call that boy because they don't want to lose their audience. And I know now that they didn't want to say anything about my work because oh shit, they calculated how much audience will I lose if I like this. This guy does some controversial work. I can't have that. I got some Muslims who send me super chats. I'm not going to go against them. Who knows the kind of thing, but that's what I can see. And Critical Trigger was the only guy from that whole crowd who got back to me and said, hey, Bosch, it looks interesting. I'm busy. I got my own. I said, I get it. That's a stand-up guy just to get back. He didn't have to. The old guys didn't. So it's a little different there. You can't lump him completely with those guys. I know people like do that. I think Ripoff versus ruthless against him. Maybe it's the fact that they're both from the UK. I don't know. But he's really harsh on the Critical Drinker. And sometimes I think unfairly. I do. I like talking about it one day. He's better of the guys. I don't listen to these guys. I used to. I don't anymore. I know that I really believe they outed themselves with the Rippaverse thing. I really do. And also, all of a sudden, they don't read comics. They're not into comics. I mean, come on, guys. You made your bones on this. And then as a comic fan, loving Rippaverse, come on, that's a lie. You know it. You know it. Travis Park says, how about a Spider-Ham Big Mac crossover? Hey, I loved the Spider-Ham. I thought that was hilarious. Gibber, I meant the ISM 3 launch. ISM 3 launch. Gibber says, what? What were you saying? I forgot. You need to start shitting on E. That's where the real backers are. I don't know what you mean. Maybe in terms of instead of doing it on Islam, even though I don't shit on Islam. I just tell the truth about it. That alone condemns it. Isn't that damning? Just telling the truth about it condemns it. Insults it, quote unquote. Fleety says, have you thought about adding another printing of Table for One as an ad? I got that same request yesterday. I put it on my notes and I must have overlooked it. But yes, that is definitely something worth doing. And Fleety, when you say like an add-on, okay. Peaceful Death Threats. Well, Peaceful Death Threats for some reason was like one of the best-selling books that I had. I don't know why exactly. It appealed to people because of the humor and horror back and forth. I think that's what it was. It was like the perfect mix, like American Werewolf for London, right? A perfect mix of humor, horror, and equally great on both levels. And Peaceful Death Threats has these horrific, blood-curdling. Some of these death threats, I see your children, I'm going to rape you. I'm going to behead you and this and that. And some of them are like, you stop your cold little, saying, okay. And then me roasting them and them having these death threats. And I have new Muhammad cartoons on the page along with these death threats that they threaten me because of Muhammad cartoons. And some of the death threats that I put in little, rectangles puncture Muhammad's head or his neck or something. And he's bleeding out from there. As in these Muslims are killing their prophet. It's funny. It's interesting to me. And I have to go through thousands of death threats to find the most interesting ones because some of them are fucking mind-numbingly boring. I had to pick the best, believe it or not. What you see in there are the best ones. I got through so many. I'm like, oh, interesting. Okay, that's a good insult. That's okay. However boring you might even think that they are in printed form, there are ones that are even more boring. So it is a thought. And Fleety, it's like, I guess I could add that at the bottom of the thing and say, hey, add on. Is that how I go? Explicitly say add on? My first graphic novel Tale for One is now out of print. But meaning what? If they order enough, a certain amount, is it like a stretch goal or something else? I'm slowly understanding these concepts, but I'm not quite there. I'm like the Unfrozen Caveman. I sense something. He's like, but that's how I am in some of these things. To be blunt, I'm like, okay, I don't understand this modern world, but what I do know, that guy, man, what's his name? The actor who played Unfrozen Caveman Lawyer. Unfrozen Caveman Lawyer. Horrific ending to his life with that. I got another backer, man. Holy 152, guys. Man, thank you so much, guys. Someone here will probably get the Unfrozen Caveman Lawyer. I don't know his name. How about Chopping Broccoli? Where he was in there also. He was playing like a producer that Danny Carvey was playing the guy who was just throwing shit out there. And he was like, this is great. Sigourney Weaver was in there also, like, chopping broccoli. It's great. God damn it. I got the name at the tip of my mind. Unfrozen. Phil Hartman. That guy was genuinely funny. All natural funny guy, meaning, yeah, he busts his ass and all that. You could tell. It came out just effortlessly. His ability to be funny. He didn't have to say much or do much. He was as straight as they come and hilarious at the same time. And then you find out his wife is really fucked in the head, and they had a terrible, really bad. He was in a lever. She was very aggressive, I think very clinging, very worried, and he supposed he was going to divorce her and held it off for the kids and whatnot. And also he wanted to get out there. He had this reputation. He was still the straight guy trying to straddle both worlds, and she ends up killing him and then herself, and the kids are in the house. Drugs, I believe, also. Anyway, the guy was hilarious. He played a rough Frank Sinatra. Hey, cue ball in a corner pocket, or 8-ball to talking to Sinead O'Connor, the fake one. He had Sting playing Billy Idol, and he had some people over there trying to laugh at him or coming late to his laughs. He goes, "You're a little late there." Hilarious to see him, a real Goomba style tough guy. Sinatra, very funny. Flady, yeah, it has. So again, I'm willing to, consider all these things, whatever I can do to make it more appealing to people who are on the fence. There are people here that are on the fence. I get it. It's not the most appealing sell. I mentioned last night, people said, "Hey, it is appealing. If you think so, awesome, great." This is a subject I think worth taking on. And it's not just for the enemy itself, it's for our response to the enemy, our culture's response, the leftist response, and the pussies on the right, their response. The grand old party, the grand old pussies, really. That's really what it is. That's really what it's been. Until now, they have a little guy with some steel in his spine. Chipper says, but he has like a dozen employees plus artist and writer. Yeah, you're talking about EJ. Jimmy the Lumberjack, what you really need to do is hire a multinational-looking woman to be your paid spokesman person. Yeah, she does not need to know comics, so it could be anyone. Oof. Unbelievable. Hill, Frakoff, Felger, Carb. I knew a person that didn't go to work at the towers. I see. Okay. Frakoff, indeed. You piece of crap. Yeah. Yes, Andrew Sabina. He says, I got to get myself a copy of Story. I will put it this way, and I mentioned last night on Trashcast. Robert McKee is a great teacher. He's a guy who makes you conscious of certain things that you may not have been otherwise conscious of before getting his course, before reading his book, before understanding Story in the extent that he does. He's been doing this for years. The last 20 years, I've gone to at least half a dozen of the Story courses from New York to California. I took another, like a long form writing. I forgot what the title was for that one, but it was an all day one. Unlike the other ones, the other ones are a 3 day intensive course, literally like 9 a.m. to 9 o'clock at night, uh, intense as hell. And the best thing about his course is when he's speaking to you about these principles, you can integrate them into your story. It's like you have the concretes of your story, and then you have the wider the abstractions. You can concretize the abstractions that he's given you, right, about story in general, concretely into your story, and be conscious exactly what he's talking about. It's like, okay, yes, 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 yes. Boom. So every time I took the course, I had a story that I was writing and thinking about. So everything he said made more sense to me. If you have a story, it makes more sense. I remember I was speaking to Leonard Peikoff, um, Ayn Rand's greatest student. I had the opportunity to spend a lot of time with him sometimes. It was great. Great guy and very funny. Uh, you may not know that, but he was very funny. Is very funny. I asked him. I said, "Did you ever go to McKee's?" He goes, "Yes, I did." And I said, "What's he?" goes, "No." He goes, "I didn't really work for me." I said, "Did you have a story in mind when you went there?" He goes, "No." I said, "Well, that's the key. You need a concrete story that you're working on. So when he's telling you all these things, it goes back into your story. All the abstraction he's talking about in general goes concretely into your specifics, into the specifics of your story, and you grasp it better. You retain it better because you're thinking about your villain, you're thinking about your hero, you're thinking about your supporting cast. When he's talking about the general idea of the hero and the villain, supporting cast, and so on. And if you're talented, you get good out of it. You may not need it. If you're not talented, you need it because what it could do for a guy like Eric July, for instance, he can read that 5 to 10 times and start to grasp story a little and make his stories not better, but because they're not good, but less bad. He could get that and make his stories less bad. Guys like that need that book. Talented people don't necessarily need it, but it's good to have. And I'm glad I took those courses. I'm glad I read and reread the book. I have a whole notebook worth of notes. And sometimes I don't mind writing out entire sections. Just there's something about retaining knowledge when you write an entire page or two from a book. You physically write it down. There's something about that physicality, consciously conscious of it, seeing the words, feeling the words, putting it on paper, hearing it, that gets you to retain a little better. At least it does for me, And McKee was a great teacher. He stopped doing the things, and I hope one day that they can get the best like make it an entire series, you know, 30 hour, a special edition, whatever DVD, Blu-ray, and over the years they've recorded probably a lot of them. Get the best of the best and collect them. It will make our culture better because not everyone, like the studios used to send their artists and writers and directors and even actors went to his course who weren't necessarily writing, and even he also recommended writers to get into acting. I wanted to be an actor when I was young, and I went to acting school in New York, and I thought about it. And I said, you know what? I don't know if it's my thing. I love the idea of it, but what did I really love? And that's when I said comic books. No, that was it. That was my 20s. I said, that's it. Because I was going here, there, trying a lot of stuff. I said, comic books is my thing. And one thing I can do also in comic books is I can act things out. I can draw these stories, and I can act things out. I can act out all these scenes that I'm doing, all these moments, these expressions, and I can record them. I can take pictures of myself and do it. And it's not necessarily to get the realistic look, it's to get the gesture right. It's to get that uncapturable thing that, one example, just I remember one of the Kubert boys had Xavier drinking water one day, and it was such an awkward pose. It was like, hey man, if you got to do that bad, just look at a picture. Let's look at yourself in a mirror or something. Record it and then use that as a basis, not the shadows or not the details, the gesture and the structure of the hand, how it would be when you're drinking. It was so wrong. There's no excuse for that, you know, and I act things out. You look at my comics, I'm expressing my body. I'm expressing certain things. I'm looking at myself. I'm doing, okay, I can think that'll work. It's important. So in that sense, I'm using an acting ability. I'm acting out my stories within the visuals. Um, it's great, Andrew. It's a great book, and the course was one of a kind. I'm so lucky I got in on it because you know it helped me understand, grasp the story more to the point where it becomes part of you, where you're no longer trying to remember and you're not conscious of it either. You got to make it engaging. You can't bore the reader. If there's one principle, never bore the reader. You know, that's like the most important one. Thou shalt never bore. You know, uh, and there are degrees of that also because people might be bored by scenes that I do, where the court scenes and panels and conventions and TV scenes. And hey, man, I'm as engaged with that as any battle on the battle scene on the battlefield with Pigman. It's all good to me. It's all important to me. I'll make those as engaging as I could do the battle scenes. And some people might not be as engaged at times. I don't know. I don't know. I hope that if I'm engaged, the reader is. I hope that if I'm emotionally, involved, that the reader is. I hope that. So, Andrew, story is great. And again, it's good for talented people. It might not be essential for talented people. And this is just my way of saying that guys who may not grasp things as well, who don't have much talent, could benefit from it as well, because they might understand on like a technician, like, okay, the inciting incident, the degrees of antagonism, the this and that. They might understand it to some level and might be able to produce something that's halfway decent and not terrible. Whereas the talented person could look at that, and of course he gets dismissed. Oh, it's cookie cutter stuff, bullshit. It's just not true. It's not true. Um, he understood art. Uh, he was great. He was great. Valuable, very valuable. And a lot of people took his courses, actors and famous directors and producers. Again, people who weren't necessarily even writing. They wanted to understand story, and I respect that. To spend 30 hours and a lot of money, those were very expensive, those courses, they were. But the more you took them, the cheaper they were. You got like debates, not, you got like $200, I think, or $300 off if you were a repeat customer. That was a huge plus for me. And then I got a hotel room in New York City because I realized that if you have to drive there from the city or from New Jersey or whatever, you know, they're exhausting. And best thing to have done was get a hotel room like in California if you were there, or New York, and you know get your coffee and get right to the class. No time to fuck around. No time. And very intense. And I mean, at least for me, you get a big fat notebook. It's packed by the end. I mean, it's packed. Um, you're writing things about your story. Everything you're saying again gets funneled through your story concretely. All the abstractions, like, okay, okay, and you retain it more, and it's awesome. It's great stuff. Um, Porcon says, could you quote Rich's testimonial on an inside or back cover? Rich's testimonial, Rich Johnston, or who? Pork. Charlie Hebdo have any influence on you? Frakov, Felder, Carb. I think you were being an asshole before. If I'm mistaken, apologize, but I think you were. About, hey, some people didn't show up for the piece of crap. You're talking about Muslims, right? Sure. 2012, they got their offices firebombed. I drew Muhammad in response to that, a bloody Muhammad with the Hitler mustache, and yeah. So to that extent, but yeah. Um, but there was a schmuck at Charlie Hebdo after the fact, after they got a dozen of them were slaughtered after I won the Muhammad cartoon contest, and it was a snobby Frenchman on New York, Charlie Rose, the guy who got Me Too'd out of business. Before that, he said, "Oh no, what they're doing is very different than we're doing. Very different." He's trying to say like we're not racist or something. It's like fuck you. You're the leftover guy. The guys who are important died. You're just a piece of shit out here trashing instead of supporting us and saying, yes, on principle, this is, I support this. He didn't go there. I supported him still. As a piece of shit, but I support them, you know. Randall McCullum says, never take artistic criticism seriously when it came from people that think Starry Night looks messy because of too many swirls. Is that what they said? Steve 16305, me too, I'm in. Not sure, guys. If you're talking about Pigman, awesome. Yeah, I'll remind you guys also again. I have Pigman live. Finally, you guys were waiting this for a while, and I was trying to get it right and figured this stuff out. And awesome, guys. $10,102. 152 backers. Beautiful. Beautiful, guys. Let me read this quick, guys. Let me read this quick. It might, about this campaign. When 9/11 hit, my Muslim background came to the forefront of my life, and I knew I would respond to the atrocity with my art. So I thought about my Muslim background, what we were taught to hate, and I came up with the idea of Pigman, as he's the last thing in the world that the Islamic enemy would want to face. An ex-Muslim who's big, ruthless, and who wears pigskin leather to exploit their bigotry. And then there's a story within the story of twin brothers, one a recovered Muslim, one a born-again Muslim. The recovered Muslim, Killian Duke, is the cartoons behind the Pigman comic book, but the born-again Muslim, Salam Duka, becomes his archenemy, echoing Pigman's archenemy, Super Jihad. If this sounds and looks interesting to you, I can move on to Pigman number 2 and further. Thank you. And I added this the old day. And now some details about Pigman number 1. This is a relaunch of my longtime series, The Infidel, featuring Pigman, which is now simply titled Pigman. I like the simplicity of it. Before it was always The Infidel featuring Pigman, and I never quite liked the title, but I was like, I want to convey that it's 2 stories, so, this time, people will figure it out eventually, If crack open a book, they'll figure it out. This is a relaunch of my longtime series, The Infidel, featuring Pigman, which is now simply called Title Pigman. Issue 1 will include both issues 1 and 2 and my old series, but it will be remastered, where I will be going through the comics page by page and improve them in drawing and dialogue. I might redo the lettering digitally. Maybe or maybe not. No one's ever complained about it, and I like the hand lettering. It looks fine to me, but to keep the consistency, I may do that, or I may wait until the full final form in the pigskin hardcover. I don't know yet. Something to consider. Well, I'll be going through the comics page by page and improve them in drawing and dialogue, and I will also be adding more moments, scenes, and pages to the issue, as well as new covers. This is an opportunity for me to introduce Pigman to a new audience in Comicsgate, and I'm very much looking forward to continuing my series with your help. If this campaign goes well, I can move on to issue 2, and then by issue 3, it will be all new material, and I hope to finish up the series with issue 6, and then wrap it all up in a pigskin leather-bound hardcover. Thank you again. And below are 8 pages of my comic book, which may or may not be changed from here to print, but I'll see. I think these pages are a good way for you to get a good idea about my comic book without giving too much away. I skipped some scenes that I think would give away a little too much. But here, Frank and Muhammad on the rooftop arguing, and their argument being stopped cold. And it's right in his eye. He looks at a certain point, boom, it looks like it's, and then it goes right over their heads. They're on the rooftop again, so they saw it damn clearly. Yeah, and then here, they've come to kill us and die for it. This is Killian Duke, the cartoonist, my stand-in, yes, my self-insert, whatever. The fact is, if you have, not all self-inserts are bad, guys, okay? Okay? Eric July, yours is bad, and you also do the voice of Isom in these voiceovers, which is embarrassing, actually. It's a corny, you're not an actor. Even though people would say that you're acting like a comic book publisher, but, and he gets to do a fight with your Muslim friends. Here's Pigman in the first shot of Pigman in the comic. If you remember, I think I went over this with you guys once before. Let's see. Okay, this is like an X there to there, right? You notice that the design, the composition. These guys are big, and then Pigman's small, and the bigger he gets, the smaller they get. I know it's just a matter of perspective, but I just wanted to show that they're big until they see him, and then they turn to running little rats. He turns to a giant to the point where look at him, fire breathing. He's about to take him out, and they're scared shit. And that's the whole thing. Also, I want to make those who fancy themselves the terrorizers of the world to be scared shit their pants. They're terrified of him, and they call him the beast. They can't even say the word pig. They're like, ugh. And then comes face to face with the big kahunas here. And this is the transition shot of Killian Duke and Salam Duca, the brothers. They're going at it. The gutters are filled with black in these panels, and then it goes to the pigman scene. So that's a transition. This was inked in pen. This was inked in brush. And if you pay attention, if you're conscious of it, you will see it. I don't know if anyone caught it quite in the reading of it without me mentioning it, but that's fine. I know it's there. I know it's a little different than the other. It's a more of a classic comic book style look, I think, the pigman parts with the brushwork. And the other one's a little more modern, I think. But it depends on how you guys read it. And then I got this 4 cartoonists in a post 9/11 comics panel. I have Abdullah, who talks about an Islamic America. I have Joe Bucko talking about his comic book, The Ecumen, the ecumenical, where it's the Muslim and the Jew and the Christian, and they're the biggest buddies in the world. You know, it's silly. And then you got Love at First Fight, an Israeli soldier with a quote-unquote Palestinian terrorist. Gay guys. It's a gay Brokeback Mountain style Israel and Palestine by a leftist, of course. Ted Moore, like Ted Roll and Alan Moore. And then you got Killian, Pigman. It's fun. It's fun stuff. I got a backer for this Pigman commission. If you're out there, if you could email me and let me know, what you have in mind at a certain point, that'll be great. Thank you, man. That's very, very cool. And I got this new card, which I just added earlier, a few hours ago. It's Mission Impossible, but in this way, it's Submission Impossible. It's Pigman. He's never going to submit. I want it all pack, which I'm going to add the card onto there. Thanks for reminding me, Pork. And the war paint poster. If you hear something here, I'm sorry. I put on the heat for the first time this year, actually. I haven't needed it. So we'll see. Maybe I'm revealing something by saying that. I hope not. But 152. Awesome, guys. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to read some more of your comments. Let's see. Porcon says, have you read any works by Ted Honderich like Violence for Equality? Does it sound familiar? The name or the book gives good insight into the European intellectual's mindset. Maybe that's why I haven't read it. To me, it's not much of a mystery. A lot of them are, it's like their philosophy is pussyism. Truly, I'm not exaggerating. When J.D. Vance goes to Germany and calls them out, and you got a piece of shit politician crying about it, what else is it but pussyism? It's like its own philosophy. It's like they rationalize all of their cowardice into this philosophy that they don't want to say or do anything that's seen as controversial, as true. And if you're an honest man, you're a controversial man, quote unquote. You just are. That's why most of them are lying rats. Talk to Dust 13 Faustin verse comics. Yeah. Would never do that. Could never do that. It's embarrassing. And even, Frank Miller having a movie, being part of the movie, also being involved with it, American genius. Frank Miller, Frank, you might need it now, but come on, bro. You shouldn't do that. Frank Miller, cartoonist. Boom. That's what you are. American genius? I don't know. A French lady directed it, I guess, from her perspective. Who knows? But supposedly he's in recovery. He's been healthy for a while. If that's so, get cracking on some great stories, Frank. If you can't draw it, fine. Hook up with Dave Maskelly again, or John Romita Jr., or Bill Sienkiewicz, or just do, I don't know, Get with Tonchi Zonjic. Get with Goran Parlov. These great modern artists who don't get enough credit, who work for mainstream. Tonchi Zonjic did a little Marvel work. He did DC work. He did Dark Horse work. The Lobster Johnson. It's beautiful stuff. It's as close a Toth as we have today. It's beautiful. Um, Along those lines, do a story with Lee Weeks, Frank. You know, Richard Gradwell says, "Chat, I have 3 issues of the Infidel featuring Pigment. I can say I thought they were damn good. Classic raw art style backed by a solid, thought-provoking story." Much appreciated, Richard. Thank you so much, man. Truly, it means a lot. It means a lot. Try to do as engaging a story as I possibly can. Get myself in it, and get you in it, and keep you interested in where it's going. Frack off, fellow Cab. I'm not going to answer any more of your questions until you be clear about who didn't go to work. Because if I think it is what it is, it's 99% of it. I'm going to ban your ass. I can't stand you guys. You make me sick. Jimmy Lumberjack says, "I agree. These 3 books are damn good." Thanks, Jimmy. Much appreciated, guys. Really, truly. Again, you do the best you can, and you hope people like it. And the vast majority of people do. At least those who got it. Those who don't get it hate it. And it's like, okay, what does that mean? Nothing. They're just haters. I mean, really, truly, at that point. Randall McCollum says, "A self-insert to pretend you are a superhero is not the same as using it. Why? Presenting your ideology in a visual setting." Yeah, and it's not a self-insert. And they assumed it's a self-insert as me and Pigman. It's not. It's me and Killian, the cartoonist in there, who creates Pigman the way I created Pigman. That's why, again, I was working on it. And the first impulse I had was, get these fuckers. Kill them. Because I wanted blood after 9/11. And I'm not a soldier. I'm an artist. So I said, okay, I'm going to use this symbol of vengeance and go after these fuckers and see them, do to them what I wish that could be done to them in real life and how I would like to do it. And then there's only a certain like satisfaction for that. It's like, okay, but I want to go deeper. I want to go a little richer. And that's that. Okay, how about if he's a comic book within the story of the twin brothers? As if I split myself in 2. Imagine if I went full-blown Islam after, 9/11. What would that look like? And then how about a twin of that on the other side, becoming a recovered Muslim and going completely against it, and how that battle might look? That's interesting to me, and hopefully to the reader. And it goes back and forth every 6 or 7 issues, I think, between the stories. And it's interesting because I could use only the best stuff of each character's life also that's happening. It's going to be the most interesting and engaging parts. It's not like you see them just hanging out and doing nothing much, eating cereal or something. As some people do, is they think that's real, a slice of life. No, it's not. It's boring, stupid. I don't want to see that. So I have them in the most interesting situations that I can get them in. And it's only the best stuff of what they're going through. At least that's my intent. Whether it comes out that way, I hope I can keep the reader engaged. So yeah, it's like it was only to enrich the story, really, to make it more engaging for myself. Because again, I love the vengeance aspect. I love the Punisher style aspect of it, killing this enemy with no guilt, with no remorse, zero. They don't deserve to live. That's really what it comes down to. They do not deserve to live. And they got to be killed. They got to be pummeled out of existence, as I said in my campaign video, which is here, which I don't know if I can play because it always sounds terrible when I'm on here. And it echoes, and I don't know if that works. Gibber says, "LOL, Bosch is so funny. He spends more time on a normal chat than anyone else spends on a super chat." I mean, look, when I get super chats, it might be a different story at that point because I can focus on a few super chats, and I'm actually on the verge of being. It's possible. I don't know. I'm on the verge of being monetized because I went through the 2 things so far, the 2 levels, and the next level is them reviewing my channel, which is potentially, a problem. We will see. But yeah, guys, I'm new at this, and again, I know that people who are these podcasts were mocking those who, I think, O&A, Opie, reading all the chat. I got it, guys. As long as I'm here, I'm going to be engaged with you guys. And if it gets to the point where there's too many at that point, I will have to make my choices there, and I have to say, okay, I have to be a little more selective, and choose mainly the super chats, and then some other guys. But I can't read it all. But I do appreciate it. I always appreciate the give and take, guys. Um, Bretsky the Great. Salute chat. Salute Bosch. Love the Frank Miller feel of your art style. Backed and can't wait. Thank you very much, Bretsky. Much appreciated. You know, again, Frank Miller was a great influence. I don't pretend to hide it. I'm proud of it. Regardless of, the stuff that I disagree with him, Holy Terror stuff was a mess. Um, I give him kudos for doing it. I made a review of it. It's on my channel. Check it out. Um, his art, he went further than most cartoonists. He took the form further. I know Eisner talked about it a lot, but he went further than that, even meaning he mainstreamed um, these comic books in a way that I don't think anyone has. 1986, getting looked at by Rolling Stone when Rolling Stone was considered something. It's long since, but it was like, okay, that's a pretty cool thing to go from this niche type of thing to the mainstream. And it's not by accident, guys, that the first Batman movie came out a few years after that. They were already planning and working on it. They had been trying for years, and Batman blew up with Dark Knight Returns. The character was never more popular, and darker and edgy. And Frank Miller, it was a really an awesome thing they did. Take this great character who's great at it at his core, and stripping it of all the shit that was built up off of it, and said, let's get back to the core of the character, and the core is awesome. He's an awesome character. And he reminded us, Frank Miller, he reminded us how awesome the character is and how awesome Superman is and their conflict. And then you got this wonderful character, Carrie Kelly, on her own initiative, becoming Robin. On her own initiative. I love that. I love that. And even today, who knows? People could read it today, years later. Oh man, this is a woke. It's a girl. It was fucking great. She looked great. She was cool as hell. The self-motivation factor for her, for Carrie Kelly, was awesome. She got the suit. She started fighting this little bitty crime, and then she ends up saving Batman from the mutant leader. It's awesome. Great series, unforgettable. And again, without the Dark Knight Returns, Pigman would not exist the way he does in this story, with the talking heads of the news, the media, the social media. I have chats. I have like not super chats. I have hashtags across. I have these news scenes, right? You know what? Let me show you here, actually, guys. Let me show you. Sorry, guys. I know it looks like a mess. I was sending some stuff out there. What was I doing? I was sending all this stuff. Okay. Finally pulled it up. Let me get this out of here, actually. 1 second, guys. Okay. Is this coming through? Is it? It's not coming through. Let me put this here. Huh. 1 second, guys. What the hell? What's going on here? Can you guys see this? You can. Okay. Here's a page. I don't want to give it away, though. Anyway, here's a page of the talking heads, and then here's another page of that. And between the pages, I have all these hashtags from social media that's happening. We are not Pigman. Pigman rocks. I am Pigman. Kaboom, kababoom, kababoom. Saudis is comeuppance. The Saudis, sow, female pigs. I think it's funny. Saudis. I got this quote from a leftist in real life, and I put it here to Rachel Maddow. She looks like Rachel Maddow. Man and now. This is the reason I won't feel bad when we all die in nuclear holocaust. Someone actually said that. Someone said the Kaaba means nothing to you, nor to you if you're honest, and so on. It's fun stuff, man. Getting these characters of Chris Matthews, who converts to Islam on the air to prove that he's a good guy and he's not some drunk leftist. It's fun stuff. It really is. courtroom scene, the TV scene here. Um, it's fun stuff, guys. Oops. Uh, okay, back to this. All right. I'll refresh every so often. 152 guys, $10,102. Very pleased. Thank you very much, guys. Very, very much. You guys really made my day yesterday. All right. Thanks again, Bresky the Great. Appreciate it. Randall McCollum says self-portrait versus LARPing. I get it. Yeah. Yeah, there is that. And also one thing. If you have a self-worth worthy of it, yeah. And we all put ourselves, no matter, I think Peter did was like, I never put myself in art. Yes, you do, Peter. Yes, you do. That's a lie. You put your sensibilities, you put what you believe in, you put your morals, you put their ethics in there, you put things you might be, put yourself, a fat guy, in there with a biker mustache, maybe, but you put yourself in there. Don't lie. Frank Miller puts himself in his comics. Steve, 1635, 305 says, I take my hat off to you, man. Much respect. Very much looking forward to reading people. Thank you, Steve. Much appreciated. Goody Two says, I read the Quran after 9/11 to see what was really going on. It was disgusting more than I can say. Same here. And the one crime, the greatest crime that Quran created, besides the fact that it's murdered hundreds. I mean, the body count, some say a few 100 million. Some say 80 million Indians were killed across the centuries. Some say 210. It's mind-numbing if you think about it. How much death and destruction. But it was mind-numbingly boring too. There were moments where, in my copy of the Quran, where every so often I remember I started taking note whenever I bobbed my head, out of boredom, and I put Z's across that to say this particular passage was particularly boring. It's disgusting. It's a very aggressive book. It's in your face. It's illiterature because its founder was illiterate. It's compiled by the longest passages, longest surahs, chapters to the shortest. By the end, you got maybe a paragraph. And it happens to be that the final chapter, or the second to final chapter, was the verse of the sword, which is all out war for all time. Meaning, it's the doctrine of abrogation. If the later passages contradict the early ones, you go with the later ones. If the later ones, which is according to the history of the Quran, of Islam, if it says all out war for all time, that's what you go with. That's the final word on Islam. And just to hit home this idea that the Jews are bad, they made sure to put in there, if it was in the Quran or the Hadith, I'm not sure, probably Hadith, that Muhammad didn't just die, he was murdered by a Jewess. Don't forget, hate Jews. In the end, a Jew killed Muhammad. The killers of prophets, from Muhammad to Jesus and all that. That's the idea. Toxic Dust 13 says, I grew up in the town next to Quincy, Massachusetts. I do got to get going, guys. I got something to do, but I'm going to read a few more of these and then get going. I appreciate the interest, guys, very much. Randall McCollum says, great art and important message. Thank you very much, man. I love the medium. I love it more than any other medium. Again, I was going to direct. I was going to sing. I was going to act. I was going to do a number of things that I had very much interest in. I really did. Music, sing, write songs. I have songs. And then when I asked myself at some point, I said, okay, what do you really love? What is the thing? I said, comic books. My first love. And it's my longest love. I mean, it's something that, some reason, the static image collected in moments, something about it, I don't know. It does it for me more than the other. I love movies, I love series TV, great TV, but the static image, some reason, stops you cold, literally. They can control your attention, cartoonists, in a lot of ways. They put more. Sometimes they stop you a little more by putting a lot more detail on a page. That's one technique that people can do sometimes. Put a lot more detail than they normally would to stop you, to make you take in a page a little more, to maybe also misdirect you, like to focus on that so that you don't then you get surprised by something else that happens in a more simply drawn way or something like that. It's an amazing thing, and it's just you learn every time you do it. You cannot help it. Every time you create new pages, I've been creating pages for the last 2 years. I wrote this entire script, a long script, and I've drawn on it now 213, I believe, 213 pages so far for this other project. I have another 120, 30 to go. Might be a little more. I hope. The more, the better for me. Um, and you're learning as you're going, and it doesn't matter how much you've learned. You can always find a better, more interesting way to tell that. And even when you get better, when you can settle into there's a page where it's like, okay, I think this is going to be it's as detailed a rough as I can do, and I do pretty damn detailed roughs. I put all the words in, put all the word balloons. I write it all out because I want to make sure that I. And sometimes it stays the same, and I'm a little surprised. Back in the day, I was like redoing pages like a lot, sometimes 5 times. I'm not at that point now. I guess I don't know. Some pages are going to do that though. Still, you can always get better, and some pages completely change from that first take. But it's awesome medium, hands down my favorite art form. I love it, and couldn't be happier doing it as a career. I mean, it's just it's an amazing thing. I've been professionally working as a cartoonist for over 20 years now. Been able to pay my way through that, which is it's awesome. The only thing I did as backup sometimes was work in a restaurant. I haven't done that in 17 years, I think. Um, that's what I use as my backdrop for Table Phone. Its own little mini society. All the characters that a world could have, and its own little world, which I really like. Um, Goody Two Shoes says, "I love Rush. He was the best." Megadittos, yeah, he was the best of the bunch, no doubt about it. Jibber says, "Hail John, the most important CG book," or something to that effect. Yes, John Malin did say it. He goes, "It's the most important comic book in Comicsgate, or in comics," he said. That's high praise, man. And that's just from the concept. And that's why I really appreciate it from John, because he hasn't read it, as far as I know. And he's willing to say that. Whereas, your boy Zach is just trashing it as stupid. You know. Porkon says, "Do you have comic ideas for after Pigman 6? Would love to see you tackle something historic." Interesting you say that. I do. I got at least 3 that come to mind that I'm going to do 2 for sure, and then at least 3. And that one, it's funny, it's historic and fantastical. Both. Both. Um, it's something that I've been wanting to sink my teeth in for a long time, and I got to do a lot of research for that. I have an idea about the history of this particular subject, and but I want to really get into the nitty gritty of who these men were, and why they were the way they were, and what contrasts them from another. All great men, very different than each other, and what I want to second guess what they might do or say in certain contexts. So I do. It's very exciting, something completely different, and I love the fact that I can take on these things that again, it's not. I've been called a one note pony or whatever they call that, one trick pony. No, I'm not. I'm not. I got a lot going. So a story that takes place in one night in an underground restaurant, taking on Islam Jihad on the global threat, the Fountainhead, Atlas Shrugged that I did years ago, which whatever. It's a whole different thing, but I can talk about it one day. Jay said, "I've been sharing your campaign around in various places, and people have been getting a really big kick out of the whole Pigman concept. Hopefully that snagged you some backers." Thank you, Jay. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Yeah, there does seem to be some interest in. I think the novelty of it also. So some people, it's the first time they hear about it. Um, they're not prepared. I think even now, it's still like, oh, okay, he's taking on, and of course, he's taking on Muslims. That's stupid. Now, Muslims who support jihad, yeah, fuck them. Muslims who don't kill out there, Pigman's not going to go after and kill them. He might criticize them for not damning jihad, but kill them, no. dummy, Vickyverse. But also, she mistakenly confessed that she doesn't distinguish between Muslims who kill and Muslims who don't. They're all the same. That's too bad. What are you, Islamophobe? Vickyverse. John Porton says Trump just fired a bunch of woke Pentagon officials. Awesome. He and Elon are truly beginning to drain the swamp. I think people will be most surprised by his depth. I love that. Also, he went after. Let me show you something quick, guys. He went after the post office. He wants to take a chainsaw to the post office, which is great and long overdue. And just today, I got this calendar, and it says this. Check this out, guys. Trump, yesterday just mentioned it. U.S. Postal Service net income lost by year. 2018, 3.9 billion lost. 2019, 8.8. 2020, 9.2. 2021, 9.7. Look at this. 6.5, 2023. I said, if Postal Service was a company, it'd be bankrupt. Get that shit out. Get some private sector, whatever, mailing services, compete. Give us our best choices here. It doesn't have to be so fucked as it is. I love it, John. Thanks. Jimmy the Lumberjack says, to Pork Honey was for a second act after the Pigman Pigskin book gets made. I would love to have Bosch look at the Ottoman Empire's occupation of Balkans, Albania, and Greece, short stories format. There's also a consideration, I know that Mel Gibson was supposedly interested in doing a story about Skenderbeo, which is the young, at least the young Albanian who was taken by the Turks, because the Turks came across Europe, but they came into Albania, and they took the healthiest boys, took them, forced them to fight the jihads for them. And at one point, Skenderbeo found out that he was taken from Albania, and this is a jihad, and he went back to Albania, fought off the Turks for 25 years. There was a resistance to jihad, and when he died, the resistance died. 500 years, Albania was, converted. I mean, it's 500 years. It's still Muslim, even though it was taken over by commies and all that. There are people who still identify themselves as Muslims. They're Sunni Muslims. They're not Shiite Muslims. That's interesting to me. I don't know if I can, do that, but the sky's the limit, guys. I got these ideas and two stories that I have next are both fantasies, but they're legitimate in a sense where one of them is a historical people, people from history, and another one is interesting, that idea that I've had for longer than anything I've ever done, longer than Table for One, longer than Pigman, and it just happened to be that I was like, okay, I don't. Let me do these things. I haven't wrapped my mind exactly how I might do it, but it's interesting to me. Very interesting to me. So I got a few of those. So yeah. Lisa in Arizona. Hey. Porkon says, I'd love to see him take on Vlad Tepes III, who was Europe's bastion against Muslim conquest. Yes. And I guess they took that and turned into Dracula. But yeah, there's something about that. Immoral Fat 40 ounce says 10,000 in 2 days. Let's go. Keep pushing. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's exciting as hell. I'm going to put it again in the chat, guys. Here's the link. If you're on the fence, hey, ask me flat out right here. Okay, pitch it to me. I think I've been doing a pretty good job pitching. But you guys ask me. If you're on the fence, I want to know why. Let me know. I'm not going to say, hey, man, if you're on the fence, no. But the point is, I want to know why. I'm just curious. There's a lot of books out there. There's no book like it out there. I will say that. To my credit, no book like it out there. I asked Grok, who are the anti-jihad superheroes? Pigman. That's it. It didn't even name the fixture Frank Miller's, but he wasn't not necessarily an anti-jihad superhero. So there was that. He just ended up fighting jihad that night. Hey, Diana. Hi, Bosch. Face down, ass up in Islam. Hell no. Congratulations on day one of your crowdfund. I purchased a cover 3 with Pigman and Super Jihad, and the Twin Bros. Good on you, my friend. Thank you so much. Yeah, again, I like the design of that. I'm just going to have to, I'll tell you guys here, if you ordered it, I'm going to have to reconsider some of the colors here. I like having, again, I like the difference of all the covers. A classic comic book battle scene, um, just a face shot, the profiles of the main characters, and then this, an iconic image. But I have to figure this out color wise. I like it in black and white. I'm still not settled on it in terms of color. I got to figure it out. And I'll let you guys know. I'll put updates and say, okay, here's what I changed. It won't be the way you saw it before, but it'll be something better. I hope. I hope to do that, guys. Let me refresh, guys. 152. So yeah, guys. I mean, if I can do this every so often and get some more, I'd really appreciate it. I really want to make this a great success. Click on your own link. Click on, as in on this thing. Amoral fat. Why? And what would that do? Like the chat. Yep, you can pink links at the top of the chat. How can I? If I click it, that might happen. Okay, I see. Copy text, copy avatar, visit link. What does that mean, guys? Yeah, I don't know. Like the chat, right click, maybe. Let's see it again. I did right click and it says visit link, copy text, copy avatar. That's all it says. I don't know, guys. If I star it, does that do something? I just pressed the star. Did that do something, guys? Let me know. It's called favorites. Maybe that did it, guys. Add to broadcast. Oof, what the hell is this? I haven't figured this out either. Clearly I did something wrong here, but let me see. Okay. I don't know what that would do necessarily. I don't think anything. It's like if I get one of your messages, I can put it up there. Maybe I might do that also sometimes. Get a certain. Okay. He's figuring it out. Yeah, I mean, one day. That's a bold creative choice, right? That's a bold creative choice, and that I forgot what movie that was for. Very funny. Zeno the Stoic says, wait, no scene of them all sitting around drinking tea and discussing? No. Now, there is a scene where Pigman is drinking beer with his Israeli friend in Israel, trying to get some intel, and also trying to get some nose plugs. And let me share that, actually. He's trying to get some nose plugs because my man stinks. How can I do this again? I had a problem doing it before. Let's see if I can do it now. Get this out of here. Get this here. Okay. Let me show you quick, guys. He ends up going across the Islamic world and he ends up in Israel with his buddy. Okay. He goes, so then he's talking to his Israeli friend. He goes, so then this pack of Hezbollah rats, the Iranian terrorists, rats are celebrating Ashura Day. The day they cut themselves in order to feel the pain of Muhammad's murdered grandson. He goes, so I told him, no, no, no. If you really want to feel his pain, you need to go all the way. Here, let me show you. He'll do you want to bleed? Go all the way. Bleed to death. You want to do what he did? Let me help you. He goes, well, I thought it was funny. He goes, yeah, you would. He goes, now you were inquiring about body armor? He goes, no. Body odor. I want super strong nose plugs so I don't die from jihadist BO. He's like, He goes, wasn't that funny? That's funny to me. They stink. Imagine how bad these fuckers stink. I mean, imagine. They smell like shit. They look like shit. Oops. What the hell happened? Okay. Weird. All right, guys. I'm going to check this out a little more. Disgusting. Yeah, I know. So I have that, I have also Killian and his brother drinking coffee at the coffee shop, but of course they're having a war of words. Gibber says, Zeno Stoic, come on, give it time to simmer, then we get to the real tea talk. That's right. DJ Gravy Mix, hey DJ, I think it's to show what kinds of people retards are. Absolute mouth breathers they are. They're really stupid. Left Nut says 4, as in issue 4. Issue 4 will now be issue 3 of the relaunch. So by the time issue 3 comes, it will be, by the time issue 3 comes, it'll be issue 4 of the old series. All new material that no one has seen. So that's what it is. Art. Art says, I'm an hour late. This flu has me, damn, out of whack. Congrats on cracking 10,000. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Again, guys, if you're on the fence, let me know. Just admit it and say, yeah, I'm on the fence and here's why, or pitch it to me. Give me a shot, you know? I'll try to pitch it to you as quick as I can and see if you might lean you a little closer. Frakoff Felder Carb says, Gary owned a comic book store in San Francisco. I know. That's why it was a little phony of him, I think, to at least not even respond. I sent him my, Table for One, Pigman 123. I think it's good stuff. If he likes comics, I think he would like them, especially where he is at, culturally speaking. You would imagine so. But Porcon says, what Byrne Fantasy 4 issues are you referring to? Similar storytelling? Okay, there was an issue where he did a complete wide, like you turn the comic book on the side, and it was a wide. The entire comic book was drawn that way, written and drawn that way, which is cool as hell. But it was years after Toth did that. DJ Grave Mix says, I agree Ethan's attacks on critical drinkers seem unwarranted. I think, unfortunately, I think it's, what's his name? Your boy Zach. Your boy Zach is lumping all of them together. All of them are zeros, all of them. Even though he's not as, I think, willing to do that with Eric for some reason. I don't know why. I can imagine, but I don't know why. But yeah, he's not the same. He's better than those guys. He is. You don't like him? I get it. He's not Gary. He's not these other guys. He's not. He has written books. Whether you like him or not, the guy has done creative things. He has published them. They're out there. You got an opportunity to make a short film about it. I haven't seen it. I don't really care to, really, honestly. And I do sometimes see him on my feed and stuff and some of the videos. I still watch sometimes. But not as much as I used to. I think Critical Trigger is the only one that I think still comes up on my feed stuff sometimes. And sometimes WDW Pro, even though his Rush wannabe thing is a little off-putting at times, I want to stay in the loop of certain things. Like they were talking up the Spider-Man cartoon, and I'm like, it looked bad, but I did like the animation. I like the way Peter looks. I gotta say, I like the way Peter Parker looks, and the Spider-Man costume that they put. The final one that I guess will end up, it looks like the movie version that Tom Holland was wearing. That is based on the John Romita Sr. one, the line work, the perfect nose line, mouth line, everything. And Peter looks great in there. He looks like a young nerd style Peter Parker. Something about it is there's a charm to it. Let me just say that. I know everyone trashed it. I know all the zeros, whatever. It's woke. Maybe it is. We'll see. We'll see. I am going to get Disney Plus because Daredevil's come back. That's the only place I can watch it. I got to get it. And I remember some people say, I don't have Disney Plus because they're pedophiles. I was like, okay, you're better than me then. Good for you. I know that they've been terrible in their practice. I made a cartoon called Icky Mouse, where the M drops down. It's Mickey Mouse with a trench coat opening up, away from the reader with a stained jacket. They're lowlifes. I get it. They still have some of the greatest properties ever. The Marvel comic superheroes, the Star Wars, and all that. They do. And if they're going to have a good thing, I'm going to watch it. I'm going to watch Daredevil. I love those actors. I thought they did a great job, and it looks like they look pretty happy. They look pretty pleased, and I don't think they're just because they're getting their jobs back. They did a great job with Daredevil, and I want to see where they're going to go. So, Zeno the Stoic. So again, DJ Great Remix. I think it's Ethan having a soft spot for your boy Zach still, and taking his word for the fact that Critical Trigger sucks, as he's as bad as the other guys. He's not. You might like him. I don't like the drunk act sometimes, and also, all right, go away. It's like, I'd rather he was a little more sincere about those things. But I guess it's like raise your fist. That's an act two. It's ridiculous, and he's gotten into some mess with I don't know, moralizing with Melanie Mac something. I don't know. Zeno Stoic says Star Wars bad repeated just got old. The anti-fan crap is born. Yeah, it is. But also the anti SJW is also getting tired that Zach's pulling right now. The only focus of his ire is against the zeros now. There's a lot of bad stuff going out there. Zach, you should be focused. You don't like these guys? I get it. I think they're corny. I think a lot of them out of themselves, flat out after Isom. I don't remember a critical drinker talking up Isom. I don't remember him wearing Isom hats and T-shirts. I don't remember that. That makes him better than those guys just on that alone. John Porton says Isom really exposed the zeros. Yes, maybe that's a superpower. That's right. I'm a little surprised by how many fans they still have. He says a very sad thing about humanity. It does, but at the same time, I don't believe they're fans. I just don't. I think they're trying to make a political point, something to say that they like it. They cannot like it. By this point, they know it's shit. Even those who want it to be good, I want it to be good. I wanted it to be good. I'm like, okay, this guy's a critic. Let's see what you got. Oh shit, you suck. Those guys came to that conclusion eventually. They can't fight, and what they do now is they don't defend it. They just go after me and Ethan because at this moment I got a little spotlight on me, so therefore I'm the shit artist. I suck, and also I'm the only guy who survived the attack on me. That's ridiculous. I read it earlier, guys, but the guy said, yeah, he made his name on being the only guy who survived that terrorist attack. It's like, what? The only guys who died were the guys who came to kill us. How beautiful is that? I mean, that's justice. Yeah, Jimmy says to Art, hope you feel better. I hope you feel better, Jimmy. I mean, Art as well. The flu bug is nasty this year. Porkon says, Peter Porker, the spectacular Spider-Ham was my comic gateway drug along with Sergio Aragones and Groot. Oh, Groot Warner was great. Love that. So funny. Generally funny. Was beautifully drawn too. The stick legs with that big fat belly, hilarious. And he was really stupid. Frakoff, Felger, Carb. It seems like he has leaned away from that stupid comedy he made. I guess he's trying to hang out here to stay longer because you would get wiped out if you pull that shit again. And if I know what it is, but you're trying to behave. I'm not going to read your stuff though. I put you on a little pause here. Not literally, but yeah, I just don't like that bullshit. It's so tired. This fucking Jew hatred makes me sick. It's so played. It's so old. You guys, you think you're doing something new? This is thousands of years old. It's tired. Hating Jews just to hate Jews because they're Jews. And not saying anything about Muslims who are doing things that you should hate. No. Randall McCollum says, yeah, Drinker never claimed to be a comics guy. Not sure what any of that was about. Yeah, it's not he's not. They said, oh, he didn't know that was a leader. He doesn't know. Yeah, he's not a comics guy. He's not. Jibber, wow, Critical Drinker got back to you. That's actually impressive. Yeah, I mean, it's just a little, it shows a little respect for someone and saying, okay, look, man, looks cool and all that, but I just, I don't got time. Respect. That's all. The other guys didn't. And the guy's busy, he has a channel, he has his work, he has his writing, whatever. It's just a simple thing like that. I think it's just a nice common courtesy. Art says, thanks, guys. Let's do shots of chicken broth sometime. Hell yeah. And Art, I had to do it last week or 2 weeks ago. I had the sniffles and I was fine within 24 hours. I wasn't even that sick. I woke up fine, but it was garlic, some real garlic, put it in there, a little sesame seeds, the broth, and some more zinc and some more vitamin C, and it worked. I was good. John Porton says, Ethan's criticism has nothing to do with comics. His criticism is about critical drinkers' reviews in general. Yeah, but he hasn't seen them, and he admits to not having seen the critical drinkers' reviews. I think he peeks in on some of them sometimes after, I think, your boy Zach trashes him. I just think he's a better quality YouTuber than those guys. I think that's easy to say. He's not as bad as those guys, and while he still comes up on my feed, sometimes I watch, sometimes I don't. The older guys I don't listen to at all. I don't. He's different than those guys. He's better than those guys, flat out. I think he's a little more sincere about it, even though it's an act. That whole drunk thing. But he might be a drunk, but the whole drunk thing, the act thing, is. Jibber says, "Hail! Finally, the party's starting." Randall McCollum, I agree with more of Drinker's views than Ethan's, to be honest. More views, yeah. I mean, Ethan, it's one thing to say that Barbie was good. It's not good. It's not a good movie. Ken was good. Ken to me, I did watch parts of it when it came on Max. I'm like, okay, I want to find out. I started watching. I said, oh no, no, I'm not going to get into this, but I will watch what Ken's up to. That's worth watching. The Ken parts are worth watching. Why? Because he's the only real character in there. Even the real people in the real world are fake, phony frauds. From the executives at Barbie, the Ken or whatever, and the bitch in the movie, the feminist. Ken is the only real, living, breathing guy in that movie. And if you're going to talk about it, I think you got to mention that and say it's not the movie per se that's a good story. It's not. It's that Ken makes it worthwhile, worth watching, worth listening to that song. It's funny. The song's funny. Think about that also. He was the breakout character. The most popular character in the movie was Ken. I made a poster called, sorry, How long, guys? That's insane. Ah, this is terrible. I heard of things happen like this, but this is terrible. Ah, all right. This thing is. I got this new mic where you, I guess, touch it. Anyway, I'm back, guys. Holy shit. I think I'm back. Let me know. This is ridiculous. Half hour? Oh my God, this is terrible. I gotta laugh, man. Anyway, I'm still gonna read some of the comments, guys. Ridiculous. I guess most of the comments were, "You're muted. You're muted." Look, guys, I didn't see the look. I can only see certain things. That's ridiculous, guys. Anyway, lost a whole load here. I was reading a lot of your comments too and going back and forth. Ridiculous. Ugh, it's embarrassing. What are you gonna do, man? Oh no. Okay, it's all about being muted. But Bosh, you muted. Thanks for thanks for holding out, guys. Thanks for being here still. It's 382 eyeballs. That's embarrassing, man. I guess the whole Bosh, what the fuck? Lip read, yeah. That's ridiculous, guys. It's embarrassing. I heard this happen to some people, but not, I guess, not this long. Did anyone else notice that Bosch has no sound? Oof. Doesn't seem these walls and mutes. He ain't seen it. No, I just saw it. Again, I was reading all your comments, guys. I guess I should have went to the bottom. I haven't checked my X. That's ridiculous, guys. I guess it's all about me being muted the whole comment. So, you guys have any more questions here outside of being muted? Holy shit, that's terrible. I guess I got to cut that out. Ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Half hour. Let me remember exactly verbatim what I said and let me repeat it. Oof. That's ridiculous. Stream of the year. Mute of the year. I did. I touched my mic. God damn it. I guess I can't see it from a certain angle because it's green to red, right? I touch it like it. I gotta be a little more. I can't have that happen again. I think I gotta put it away and just stop touching it. Keep my hands off. God damn it. Let me know, guys, if this has happened to anyone else or I'm just the one yapping away with nothing. Ridiculous. This rivals Dale's drunk sleeping on stream. Stand-up comics never get this kind of leeway from an audience. Hey, man, I appreciate the hell out of it, guys. That's ridiculous, guys. I fucked up. I'm sorry. But thanks for being here still. I think he knows. Hell no. Why would I have done that? 30 minutes. Ridiculous. I am so sorry. I got to knock that out. Or, I don't know. Maybe just leave it. That's part of tonight's fun, I guess. Holy shit. Anyway, I did want to mention this. If you guys didn't get this, I showed this for a reason. If anyone's interested in the original art for cover 1, it is still, okay, it's still on. Jesus, guys. If anyone's interested, and I guess you can hear me, for the original art for the cover to 1, out of the 4 covers, this is the cover 1. If you're interested in the original art, give me an offer. Let me know. And let me. That's ridiculous, guys. I wasn't gonna blame Shane, but okay. Has this happened to Shane, or has anyone else done this, guys? Just out of curiosity, if you could let me know. I think it could happen. Again, I'm used to this mic. No one has complained about my mic. Now they can, I guess, because me. It's my fault. I take full responsibility. Clearly, I tapped it, but I didn't see your comments. Unfortunately, shit. If one of you guys knew me personally, I guess you could have texted me. Sucks. I think my ears turned red. I was like, damn, embarrassed. Uh, but has this happened to anyone else? I'm just curious. He knows, chat, like half an hour. Yeah, I didn't know. Uh, best show ever. Hilarious, guys. You were muted, dude. Hell. So is this a thing that happens? It's like you guys are getting off on this somehow. Oh my God, ridiculous. At least you guys are happy that I was able to get back at least. Uh, what chat you looking at? I'm looking at the chat that's on my Ecamm platform, whatever you call that. Um, I don't know. Don't worry, we're all in agreement that Shane did this. Did Shane do this? Okay. So me and Shane, my man Shane, he will see muted forever. It's still there, it's still on. Boomer, yeah, stream of the year, haha. Is that funny? Buy a second monitor, Bosch. What does that mean, Carbon Heart? Buy a second monitor, as in what? Maybe I can stretch this thing out. Let me stretch this out, actually. Okay. It's a small thing there. Let me stretch this out. And also, I got something there on the screen that, anyway, at least I can see more. And I guess when I put in, reminder, guys, back Pigman 1 here. I just put another one in there, paste, and I think I can favorite it. I think I can do that. I think I can favorite it. Okay, I favored it. All right, guys. So I was yapping away. Well, I was actually, trying to make the case. I think someone tried to ask me to make the case for Pigman, and I guess he didn't get it. I could try again. That is so funny. It's ridiculous. I'm sorry, guys. Excuse me. I guess you heard my stomach growling. At least you heard that, right? You're muted. We can't hear anything, Bosh. Shit. It's ridiculous. It's embarrassing and funny at the same time. But you guys were here, man. That's really thank you. I will try not to do that ever again. And I will try to keep tabs. I respect that no one will ever make Bosch hurry. Hilarious. Bosch needs a second monitor with a live YouTube chat window open. Okay, a second monitor with live YouTube chat open, as in I can read your things. I just made the chat a lot longer right now. That could help. I told him an X. Damn it. Okay, you guys are still going at it. Sabertooth, this is hilarious. This is one of the most interesting CG creators for me. Thanks, man. I like that, Sabertooth. Thanks, guys. Okay, so I was muted while I was doing that, so I showed you this. Sabertooth, dude, you're muted. God damn it, it's ridiculous. I thought you were going to leave a half hour ago. Hey, man, I said when I'm done reading the chat, I'm not going to leave you guys hanging. It's part of the whole thing. Is again, microphones, we don't need no sticking microphones, exactly. Even a bit, but some, I guess my older microphone, if it wasn't working, you could still hear me through the Mac mic, I believe, unless I changed it there. Hold on a second, guys. Hold on a second. Do you hear something different from this right here, this to this right here? Do you hear something different or no? I'm curious about that because there's something there. Huh. Okay. Muted. God damn it. No sound. This is art. Art says, hilarious. Bresky the Great was really going off there with horns. And what's that symbol you had? Like a red alert. Ridiculous, guys. Faustin, you are muted. We can't hear you. This is Epic refuses to not read the chat. I'm reading the chat. That's what I was doing. I was actually reading the chat and reading back and forth. But let me get to the bottom of it right now. To the bottom and see what you guys are saying. Okay, same. He's still reading 50 minutes. Okay, same sound. He's still reading 50 minutes ago. Yeah, I think having a few mods would help. I guess, man. If someone was here, not on my end, but I guess the more followers I get, the more people can keep tabs. I don't check anything really, guys. I don't. I'm going to refresh this right now, at least see where we're at with Pigman. We are now at 153. Thank you so much, guys. I got a new backer. It looks like a big one too, which is awesome. Let's see. Got one there. No backers yet for the I think it's a cool card. The Submission Impossible card. I like that. 6 backers for that. 2 backers for this. Which was the difference? 70 backers for the 4 covers. 7 backers. 12 for this. 6 for this. 77 for this. And 25. I think there's another backer for this cover. Cool. And again, guys, if you want the original art for this one right here, it's here. You guys can give me an offer if you're interested. That's the original art for Pigman 1, the cover 1. I was going to do cover A, B, C, D, but it's just cover 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the original black and white art. If you're interested, give me an offer. If you got that cover and you want the original, you can have it. Just give me an offer. Again, I'm selling my original art for $500, but for something like this, cover, I don't know. If you guys want to have it, give me a nice offer, and I can let go of my original art. I'm not too precious about it if it's a good, solid price. I can definitely do that. Okay, so I'm starting to get, God damn it, buy a second monitor. It's so funny. My setup is not, clearly, it's not ideal. It's not great. Very simple. I try to keep things simple. We never doubted you, boss. Not for 1 second. It was only for like 40 minutes. Dale fell asleep. Okay, I guess a little better than that. What the fuck are you gonna? Someone screaming. What the fuck are we gonna ask? Jesus, we have all the questions. Leave it. It's priceless. That's hilarious, guys. You guys were sitting there just probably laughing your asses off. It's funny and embarrassing. What are you gonna do? It's happened to some people, but not for that long though. So this is the longest. Okay. Ridiculous. I keep looking actually to see if that green light's still on and not the red. It happened to Shane in the beginning of a stream. Okay, I think there's a flaw in StreamYard that if you switch tabs, it auto mutes. That happened to Pop Culture Rocks a few times. Keep your chat open on the second monitor. Second monitor, I don't, do I have to get that? Is that part of the deal here? Is that something, I don't know, people recommend? It's ridiculous, guys. Anyway, let's get back to, if you guys give me a question or two, and then we'll close it out. Because I don't know. Bosch Fawcett Technology is there to humble us when we're learning, LOL. Take our comments and jest. Yeah, look, man, you guys, the fact that you're still here, thank you. You could have checked out and said, what the fuck, man, this guy is really out of it. And I am, clearly, but what are you going to do? Don't forget to subscribe and hit like. Yeah, if you guys can subscribe to my YouTube channel, please, if you could do that, I would really appreciate it. I want to get more followers. I want to get more attention to this, my work. The future work, I'm going to make that announcement at a certain point of this other project that I'm doing, big project. We can do that as well. So it'll be awesome. It'll be awesome. The more interest, the better. And again, you guys are helping me here. Let me just note one thing. I just thought about it right now. You guys are helping me get the truth about the threat that we're facing out there into the world in a mainstream kind of way. If this can get up to 6 issues, if it can get to a hardcover, pigskin leather, that's a newsworthy thing, I believe, unto itself. It's like, what? A comic book, superhero comic book that takes on the Islam, the ideology, in a philosophical way, the psychology of it all, and take these on and make it entertaining. That's something worth checking out. I think some people, sometimes they write me that they're shocked that this exists, that I exist, which is, it's a nice compliment. At the same time, it's like, so you guys are helping me get the truth out there in an interesting way, in an engaging way, in an entertaining way. And again, we can never underestimate the importance of our work, however philosophical, maybe however important we might think it is, to be entertaining. It has to be entertaining, or else it loses the reader. If I don't keep you guys connected to the characters, if you don't give a shit for them, why the hell does it matter? It doesn't matter. It has to be, engaging. It has to be. Any art has to be. Anything worthwhile art, any worthwhile artist has to be telling the truth in some kind of way about something. And this particular truth is not allowed to be told. From the leftist enemy, to the cowards on the right who want to, make all religion, give a pass on all religion. No, can't do that. Borkin said, I think your mic needs to be mounted on an arm as it's picking up your mouse and keyboard strokes. Ha! I might have to do that, yeah. All right, you're right, guys. Don't forget to subscribe and hit like. Yeah, if you guys can do that again, if you could subscribe, I would really appreciate like. If you're on X, Like it on X. If you're on YouTube, please subscribe. I would really appreciate it. I want more of you guys. Again, I got hands down, this is the most engagement I think I've ever had for any of my live streams. 417 eyes here. That's, for me, that's big. It's like both platforms, it's big. And again, is it as big as the other guys? Absolutely not. I don't care. At this point, I'm a growing channel right now. This is this thing where I'm getting engagement. You guys are very engaged. I love that. I appreciate answering these things. I love my work. You guys are talking about it. You guys questions, please. Some guy just asked me to make a pitch. I did it. I guess I did it in mute, which is unfortunate. If you want to ask me again, remind me at the bottom. But this is the most, I think, most views I've gotten on any live stream, which is awesome. Thanks, guys. Can only get better from here, and I will try not to fuck up again and put the goddamn mutant by accident. It's ridiculous. Gibber says, can you just do an auction? I can. I have. You want to do an auction now? Gibber, give me something. Right now, my original art for Pigman Pages is 500. This is a cover. Cover goes for more, should go for more. It's a lot of money for you. I get it. You don't have to. But if someone wants to, give me a nice offer. And I'll, again, I had in my head for years that my original art is raw material, and therefore I can part with it, right? Because the whole point about it is to make the comic books. That's the whole point about it. It's not to look at my art and, hang it up, and it's not that. But I gotta say, I was at the auction for Ethan, the first auction that I had on Trashcast, or whatever it was auction. It wasn't Trashcast, but I presented my Pigman page and someone bought it for $150, and I felt it. I felt it hurt. I was like, shit. I didn't feel good letting that page go for $150 at all. So I stopped giving. On all the auctions I've done, if you notice, I haven't offered any of my pages, Pigman since. I won't. So now, asking for 500, that's too much for you? I get it. You don't have to buy it. And for a cover, more than that. So if you got more than that, you want to offer, cool. It is this cover here that I'm offering the original art for. Let me show you a close-up of it. It's this cover here. And Gibber, if you want this one or anyone else, you want to battle it out here, go for it. Give me some offers. We'll go back and forth. This is the original art, and it's brush. It's inked in India ink brush and some pen for the the scruff. Some of the details also, and I also wrote in the title. Let me know. Let me know, guys. Appreciate it. Let me get back here and. Watched the video jump in likes from 6 to 79 when he was muted. Oh my god! From boom mic to boomer mic, hilarious. That's rough. Yeah, it is rough. What are you gonna do? I mean, look, man, I'll take it. I fucked up. I'll cop to it. I won't say, I was trying something interesting, guys. Right? I was trying, like Eric July said yesterday. I was trying to be like avant-garde. What what's it called? That saying, avant-garde, like futuristic something, I don't know, something stupid. No, I fucked up. I mean, I think some of you guys said it was like, this is art. It's hilarious. It's a fuck up on my part, and it's embarrassing. I think my ears turned red. Art said Boston was doing performance art to illustrate how Islam sounds and non-Muslims. Hilarious. Very, very funny art. That's what I was doing. Right. On a subconscious level, that's what I was doing. No, I fucked up. I touched the thing, and it's so sensitive to this thing. Hilarious. Go mute more often, I guess. Yeah. I got more numbers than I ever got, ever. It's awesome. 72 likes, jump when it occurred. LOL, Bosch, a good dude. Thanks, Toxic. Appreciate it. Comic Kings auction. Yeah. I guess we could do that too. But again, if anyone wants to get their dibs on it here, as do auction on Comic Kings. More people watching. Yeah, I know. I get it. Okay, I'm down to the final thing here. So let's see. Uh, Much have happened here in Sweden over the last 10 years, maybe more. Your comic speaks to me. Thank you, Ray Child. I have family in Sweden as well, Muslim family. I think they refer to them as the blackheads. They have dark hair. A lot of Muslims, Albanian Muslims do. I'm a rarity, even within my own family. Um, Reynolds says, I'm still mad I missed out on the one mail I got. Was walking my dog and missed it. Shit. Yeah, I like that one actually. It came out really good. And again, I ended up putting it on the cover. Even geared. Gibber, LOL, he played us trying to be artistic. That's right. A nice arty farty pantomime. That's right. Thomas Ivenko. McCullum, I'm hearing you. Yeah, I like that one too, guys. Again, this is the one that John Malin bought the this cover here. He didn't buy this one, but he bought the original art, which was a wider image of this. And again, it's just Pigman vowing vengeance against the savages. And again, I've been accused of being, you're just doing a power fantasy. You fucking better believe it. This is a power fantasy, 100%. It's what I would have wanted to do because I wanted blood after 9/11. I wanted these fuckers dead. I wanted those who, celebrated to regret that they celebrated it. I wanted that entire part of the world to be scared shit of what's coming. I was open to anything at that point. And I'm talking nukes. Yes, nukes. If we can nuke Japan for what they did, Pearl Harbor, they killed more. And civilians, specifically civilians at this time. So, pick or choose, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, Mecca or Iran, whatever. What's the Tehran? Mecca or Tehran? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, or both. Whatever it took at that point. So yeah, guys, I think I'm loud and clear now. Back Pigman here. Let's put another link in there. I'm gonna favorite it. If I star it, it might come on there higher. I don't know. Anyway, guys, I guess you're checking out now. It looks like 430 there, 86 likes, one down. I guess I deserve it. Maybe this should have been more, or maybe some of the guys in there. Anyway, all right, guys. I think I'm down to the last ones. Porcott says all superhero comics are power fantasy. Yeah, that's what all Marvel 80s comics were. Their best they get, 100%. What if I had the power? What would I do with it? Who would I put it on, and so on? Who would I unleash it on? And Sybil Green says Glass Middle East build world's largest Walmart. Sure, I mean that's the thing. It gives nothing to the world and it takes everything. It's a parasite. It's a hellhole. It's hell on earth. That's why I call it Hellistan. It's not by accident. I call it Hellistan. That's what it is. It's hell. So again, you guys want to consider getting Pigman. It's the only comic out there, hands down, that takes on Islam and jihad. Period. It's the only comic in the world. That's not exaggeration. It's just true. So if you want to pitch, that's my pitch. You want to read a comic unlike any other, and you know what? Again, I don't want to pretend. Oh no, my different, so it doesn't have a different set of criticism. No, but I will say it's a novel thing. So you got to keep that in mind. You can't just say, "Oh shit, that face sucks on there." It's like, yeah, okay, whatever. That's not a legit critique. It's like, okay, you don't like it. Also, you haven't read it. The comic book is as much story as it is art. I don't see myself again as a writer and an artist. Maybe I've said that at times, but I'm a cartoonist, and to me, the best cartoonists are the ones who write and draw their work. That's the complete package. The whole thing is it's a melding of writing and drawings. That's what it is. It's two technical art forms made as one, but you don't separate it. Will Eisner and Frank Miller in that interview book, they talk about that. It's the one piece. It's the one integrated form. The one man also. It's the one vision. That's why Asterius Polyp is, a tour de force. It's a beautiful work of art. Beautiful. Dave Mazzucchelli, Asterius Polyp. Asterius Polyp, yeah. Alpha Channel, thank you for the stream. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for your time, guys. Again, I really appreciate it. I'm just look, this is all new to me, and I fucked up tonight. You guys are still here. Thank you very much. It must have been frustrated. Some of you must have been pissed off. I get it. You know, some of you just having a ball with it. You know, I do appreciate that as well. Thank you very much, guys. Good night, Mike TV Dub. Appreciate it. Jibber says, if you auction with EVS, don't be afraid to set a base price for your piece. Uh, okay, let me ask you, Jibber, if you can just follow up. Um, follow up. Because I thought you are basically there at the mercy of those who want to buy it and say $10, and I told people if you want my Pigman pages, at that time at least, it was 350 period, the cheapest I would go, and now 500 on this campaign, and that's just the way it is. And again, if it's too much for you, you don't have to buy it. That's fine. But I am now at the point where I don't want to part with it unless it's for a higher price. I just don't. And I learned that on that first auction. I didn't feel good about letting you go for 150. And the person who got it, good for you. If you wanted it, good for you, because I wouldn't do that today. But I felt it. I was like, damn, I don't want to let it go to that page unless if it's 500, I can let it go with no problem, because at that point it's like that 500. That's very valuable to me at this point. It's like, okay, cool, more valuable than me just having that art in my case there. So if you're interested, let me know, guys. But yeah, guys. Good night, Bosch. Hope to hear from you soon. Indeed, my TV just got it. I was a little still on the uptake there. Art, I made a joke about Palestinian glass a while back. I was cold insensitive. Yeah. Look, man, we can tolerate these guys to some extent across the centuries, even though we never should have. In a nuclear age, tolerate this? No. We have an enemy who has a hard-on for nukes to the point where their culture could never, ever, ever have built them, ever. Any culture who can't build a nuke should never, ever wield it, ever, ever. Okay, Jibber says, I bought your Star Wars painting for 120 or something. I think I sold those for 300, 150, 200, and I think 300 for one of them. So I sold them for more than that, Jibber. Toxin Dust, no, it was funny. Thanks. Not pissed off at all. Okay, cool. Okay, Simply Green says, feel free to set a floor. Is that the case for some? Now, I just don't want to dictate to people who are, look, I appreciate the guys out there when you're ready to get these auctions, and it's a long auction. Ethan is kind enough to have us guys on there. It's his stream. He has helped more guys than anyone would like to believe, because they're so nasty about him. The guy, I went on a stream yesterday it was up to 4,000, my campaign that I did on my own, I'm proud of that. On my own, that's pretty damn good. I go on there, 5,000 within an hour or two. That's the power of Trashcast and Ethan and Comicsgate. And I don't, take that for granted. I understand it's a struggle to do. It's a struggle enough to do comic book work, and it's a real struggle to do work that most people don't want to hear, meaning the truth about Islam and jihad. They don't. And that's why I think it should appeal to people. It's like, okay, one thing I can guarantee you guys is this. The one thing I can absolutely guarantee you about this book, you will never read a comic book like this. Not this. That's a fact. If there's anything I can just, the simple tell is this. What I'm doing here, no one else is doing in comics. That's a fact. And I try to do it as well as I can. Am I gonna, are you gonna say, I've never gotten this great comedy, it's the best art I've ever seen? No, and that's fine. It's one of the most engaging stories. I've gotten that. I've gotten I can't wait to find out what happens next. I love that. That's what I really want. More than anything else. You don't want to, hey, that one drawing you did on one page, and I've gotten that too. I love your art. Cool. But I've never gotten, it's the greatest thing. It's this, that, no. And that's fine. What I have gotten is I can't wait to find out what happens next. That's the key, because that's the point of it all, the story. They can't wait to find out what happens in the story next. However it looks, however this and that. I'm not going to be the taste for everyone. I just won't. Some people have a very particular taste about certain things. They have to look a certain way, or else it sucks. Popular comic book art is very detailed, very slick, very, and that's not my thing. It's not my appeal. That's for sure. I will try to do as good as I can. I'll try to make it as appealing as I can. But again, I have these sensibilities, which Toth is the greatest to me, and I will keep that in mind. It's become a part of me. That Toth ethic of not getting in the way of the art, letting it breathe, letting again, the truth is not a truth is singular. You know, it's a very naked thing. It's very people don't want to look at it sometimes. They can't. They would need the polish of something else over it. They can't handle the truth, right? That's part of the meaning. It's like it's just you can't interpret it. It is what it is, and that's important. That's how Tolstoy came off to me. The truth is being told. Ayn Rand's writing. The truth is being told. You know, you can't interpret it. You're not left with what does she mean? You know exactly what she means. Those are the strongest artists. The most honest artists to me are the strongest artists. Those are the ones that I really, really love. Um, okay. Feel free to set a floor. That's fine. I wouldn't pay that much right now. I get it, Jibber. Anyone who's interested, though, let me know. Porkman says you should put your original art for sale on your campaign. That's what Shane does. It is on my campaign, Pork Hunt. It's at the second to last tier, $500 original art pages from Pigman. Is that what you meant, Pork Hunt? Because I do have it here. Um, my original art for all my Pigman arts. I sold a number of pages now, but there's still a good number of them, about 100 at least. Um, Ethan is the best telethon host since Jerry Lewis. It's true. I mean, he takes the time out. And again, you can't take that for granted. The guy has his own life, his own business, and he opens up his channel and invites others to get on there and helps us. He helps us. I couldn't sell that stuff if it wasn't for his channel. I couldn't, boosted my thing, doubled it, yesterday if I wasn't on Ethan's channel. I couldn't do that. Not at this point, at least. In the future, who knows? Once I get that book I'm working on out, once I get Pigman this and that, and get my channel a little more engagement, it's important. Um, Art says, I don't think YouTube likes the joke. Won't go through. Nukes superheat sand into glass. You configure the rest. That's right. Uh, what do you call a French pig named Elizabeth that lives in Palestine? Bethlehem. Funny. Sorry, I missed it. All right, guys. Looks like it's waiting down. Much appreciated, guys. Much love. Much love, guys. Generally, though, unlike your boy, Ripa, young Ripa. I think he has to take off the young. I don't know. He's not that young now. Guys, thanks for staying. Thanks for dealing with that fuck up of mine. I do appreciate it, man. It's embarrassing, but what are you gonna do? I hope not to do it again, and I will be very careful not to do it again. And I will check, I think, down the thing sometimes if I see the, mute, 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 and all the things. You guys really did your job too, and I was just reading the chat as if totally oblivious to it. Okay, Jibber. Okay, just real quick. Let me know, Jibber. What? I'll wait. I'll put another. Yeah, young Isom looks about 50. Hilarious. Uh, so, Jibber, I was waiting. I don't know if you were talking to me. Okay, just real quick. Let me know what's on your mind. I guess also my feed is probably on X is about all the mutes. Looks like, yeah. Ridiculous. Hilarious. Jibber says, if someone doesn't care about the religion aspect, is there a good story in the book? Yeah, I think so. I mean, if you're asking me, yeah, for sure. I love my story. I love people seem to love it. I got some, the biggest haters I have for my book are ones who haven't read it. I will say that. I haven't gotten anyone who actually got the book and said it sucks and I regret getting it, I want a refund. Not one. Not one. Um, Again, it takes on this culture war, the battlefield, the political war, the war between the brothers. I mean, it's the war between these two best friends. It's I think it's engaging. I do. Gibber. It's not about the religion. The religion is just it's part of the whole thing. It's the reason why that thing happened. It's two brothers, Muslim background, pretty passive Muslims. They watch the towers get destroyed, people dying. One brother screams Allahu Akbar with his brother in front of him. He celebrates it. He gets his ass kicked literally outside the door. That's how it starts. And then the brother completely shuns Islam, gets it out of his system. The other one embraces it completely. And that's where the story begins. And then the other brother goes off and creates Pigman, the superhero, because he wanted to see blood. And the other brother wants to stop him from doing that. And how do you stop someone from doing that, especially if they're determined? Well, Islam has the answer. According to them, the final answer, the final solution. Um, and again, if you ask me about care, I don't care about the deep religion aspect. I left Islam years ago in that sense, but it's a point about caring about the reaction to it. It's not about the religion aspect per se. It's about the reaction to it, the West's reaction to it. Porkon says you could also turn on closed captions for streams so we can see subtitles if your mic plays up again. Huh. Okay. I messed up. Alpha Channel, I don't know what's going on. Lots of great 80s and 90s action films were all about killing terrorists, storyline. I guess. I mean, the last one, what was it? True Lies. The last one, I think they took on jihadists, I believe. I believe that they were jihadists. That's the last one I remember in real. And then 24, Jack Bauer, a number of those seasons. The 8th season was one of the best because it was coming back after a number of years. And I remember Jack Bauer at one moment getting this one terrorist, a female. I don't want to give it away, guys. I'm sorry, but if you don't want to know, check out now. I will see you later. But ruthlessly taking her, throwing her over out a window, just killing her when he got his hands on her finally. It's awesome. It was a terrorist bitch, a jihadist bitch. Yeah. Gibber says that's a good pitch, Bosh, about the brothers. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's like some truth's got to be told, and I'm choosing to tell it not in a nonfiction book, a cold, I'm telling it in an entertaining story. There are many truths being told in here, and in interesting ways. Also this one, one it can be seen as a throwaway line, but I think it's a telling line. Let me show you right now, guys. Let me show you right now. I showed you this before, but I'll show you again. It's a conversation between Killian and his Muslim friend, Ahmed. And his Muslim friend tells him, you know what, man? Come on, bro. He bails him out of jail. He goes, thanks, Ahmed. He goes, don't thank me yet, because we really need to talk about you know what. He goes, I love talking about you know what, so long as you don't try to talk me out of it. He goes, Killian. He's like, I don't think you're suicidal, but your work really gives me pause. He goes, oh, so you do understand Islam. He goes, this is serious killing. He goes, deadly serious, apparently. If you can't stand Pigman, imagine what true Muslims feel. He's mocking his friend and saying, you're not a true Muslim. You're sitting here with me, who's not just an ex-Muslim, but who's writing against Islam and stuff. And, you can't be a true Muslim. You're not. He goes, I am a true Muslim. He goes, really? So he's trying to prove to him that he's not. He goes, you do know that behind Islam's hatred of women is a love of men, which makes Islam pretty gay. It's funny. There's a truth in there also. And it's like one of the most anti-women, therefore pro-men, therefore gay religions out there. I think it's a funny observation. And there's something to it. That hatred of women is like, it's so cartoony. It's ludicrous. 153. I'm still there. I think I 15 books today. I believe. I believe that's right. Um, damn good. The 15 backers at least. Sorry. Um, Follow up, Gibber, about what about the pitch worked for you? If you're still here, just let me know. Just in a short little. Um, DJ great mix. I love True Lies. Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's great. I own it. Toxic Dust 13. I don't think nukes should ever be used again. That's fine. What I'm saying is this: Toxic Dust 13. After that kind of atrocity, whatever it took to stop this enemy. If that's what it took, that's what it took. I don't want to hear about, well, no. You got almost 3,000, meaning this, Toxic Dust 13. If they're going to fly planes into a building, what do you think they're going to do with nukes? Do you understand what I'm saying? They shot their load on that day. That's the worst they could do. What would they do with nukes? They would use it. So before they get to that point, if that's the way you stop them, that's the way you stop them. And you'll see what happens in Pigman at a certain point. I'm going to read a few more guys. Thanks for being here. Wraith Child 78 said, I created it on Twitter account yesterday, but it is a darn confusing app. I don't know about that. Old Twitter and even X to me has been the easy to use and the best in a sense where you're limited. I like that. And you're forced to be concise. Forced concision, I always appreciate. Porcon says collateral damage. They originally had a scene with the two towers that they had to remove. Huh. Interesting. Porcon says the brothers is like the Count of Monte Cristo. Yeah. I love that. Man. They're making a new movie right now. The one with Henry Cavill was in there when he was very young. Jim Caviezel, Guy Pearce. Check that one out. It's really good. It's really good. 1998 or 2000. I can't say 100%. Could have been the late 90s. It was really good. Richard Harris was in there. It's cool as hell. Very well done. Silly Green says Spider-Man removed a finale scene with a web between. Yes, Miller changed the ending of Dark Knight. Yeah, I think Spider-Man had the trailer. If you remember, he webbed a helicopter between the Twin Towers, and I'm assuming that was in a film, as you say, and they removed it. Would have loved to see it. I mean, still, in light of that, I get it that they took it out, but still, I want to see that if it's available anywhere. I remember the trailer. You could still see that at least. Simply Green, on one hand, sensitivity, on the other, compromising your art is a loss. Yeah. Simply Green says, I had that original mood poster, I guess, with Spider-Man on the brother. Okay, Gibber said the brother versus brother turning different ways was interesting. Yeah, thanks, Gibber. That's the thing. It's like, again, and the reason why, it's like, not that I have a brother like that. I don't talk about anything about that, but the question was to me, if I split myself into, okay, if I were to become a born again Muslim, a deadly serious Muslim, what would I do, and so on. And then if if I'm who I am, to walk away from it and go against it, what would that look like? How would that clash be? And he's a very sincere, true believer. I mean, he's a subjective one, meaning he's deadly wrong, and he projects his evil onto his brother by saying, "You think you're the good guy? Let me show you quick. I'm showing you little bits in here. I don't think I'm getting too much, but the little bits, I don't think they hurt. I don't think it'll hurt your. I don't think I'm giving away too much. And again, in terms of Gibber, in terms of the brothers, here are the brothers. That's Killian, that's Salam, and within them you see Pigman and Super Jihad. It's dualism to cover. It's issue number 2, right? You got the two-headed eagle, the twin towers right behind, the twin brothers, the twin stories. Everything is doubled here, and here's one moment where the brothers are. He goes, yeah. He tells him, He says, you only think you left Islam, but Islam will never, ever leave you. So if you can repeat after me with full conviction, he wants them to do the Shahada, which is a declaration of faith. And that's the way they get non-Muslims to convert to Islam. And they do it sometimes at sword point or gun point, literally. And you have to say the Shahada, and therefore you're Muslim. That's it. There was no God but Allah, and Muhammad was a messenger. Boom. I just became Muslim, guys. That's the idea. It doesn't matter who you are, what you've done. Boom. You're cleansed, now you're good. That's the idea. So his brother wants him to say it now, after getting jumped. You only think you left Islam, but Islam will never, ever leave you. So if you repeat after me with full conviction, we're brothers once more. There was no God but Allah, and Muhammad was his messenger. He goes, there is no God. And he stops there. Finish it. There was no God, ... and Muhammad was not a prophet. Psh! He goes, if this was one-on-one like it was on 9/11, and he goes, you actually believe you're the good guy. He goes, listen, if you don't submit now, you will never be safe again. And Killian tells him, okay. He goes, Durka Durka Muhammad Allah Jihad, Shubba Shubba Bakallah. Yeah, that's from Team America World Police. Fucking hilarious. Okay. Thanks, Randall. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Thanks for sticking around. That was a bad fuck up. All right, so Spider-Man 2 on the original PlayStation was pulled to remove the towers. They had to alter the game a fair bit. A handful of people got it, and that version got ripped and put online. Huh. Poor. So, Porkun, you're saying that Kirby's Cobra was published. I didn't know that. I thought it wasn't going to be published. So that's awesome. I got to see it. Gibber, that's your Anakin piece. Yes, it is. That was originally my Anakin piece. Yeah, and I changed it here. If you noticed, let me show you guys. Because I used Anakin. I just liked the way that looked, and I repurposed it for this cover. But if you look at it, it's a little different. Well, clearly the red hair and the beard here, and also if you notice, they are twins, but Killian has blue eyes. Islam has green eyes. Green is the color of Islam. It's Muhammad's favorite color. And Killian is red, white, and blue. Red hair, white skin, blue eyes. And he has green eyes. And he's, that's the color of Islam. Again, Muhammad's favorite color. So yeah, that is the piece. So if that's, means more to you, cool. Because I just like the way that painting came out. And I think I was drawing it and I said, I like that one. Why don't I just use it? Why not? And I did. Toxic Dust 13, no one wins a nuclear war. Yeah, they actually do. We won over Japan. We did. Whatever you think of that, I know, people get into all these arguments and conversations about it. And Tucker Carlson, the dumb fuck that he is, said, we bombed like a church. It's like, what? A nuke? Bombed a church? That's a nuke. You know what I mean? He's an idiot. So they snuck attack us, and we had this opportunity to end the war, and we did. So that won. And what have they done since? They've been our ally, they've been a friend, they've been a civilized country. It worked, Toxic Dust 13. It did. And I'm saying, again, what I'm saying here, you put nothing off the table when it comes to attack like that. Because what they're showing you there is if they're going to fly planes into buildings of civilians, they're going to try to nuke us. If they could, they would have flown 100 planes across the entire country, if they could have. They shot their load. And why is that? Because they can only get so many pilots. Keep in mind, only the pilots on 9/11, 4 of the 19 hijackers knew that it was a suicide mission. The others didn't. Why is that? Because they're human beings. They're not all, suicidal. It's very tough to get people to fly planes into towers, no matter what you tell them. Osama bin Laden didn't do it. He sent other people to do it. So you got to be real hardcore, and that's the smallest minority possible, even in the Islamic world, to get these guys. So they even lie to their own allies and whoever, the 4 guys each on the plane, whatever it was, only one guy knew that it was a suicide mission. The pilot. Thyroid cancer for everyone. Huh. Jesus is Lord. Pigman brings all the bacon. I need all the gods on my side. That's awesome. I noticed that. About the towers and stuff, maybe. CIA, Islam, and some types of Jews want it. What? Talks to us. Wait a minute. CIA, Islam, and some types of Jews want it? Want what? Ugh, you gonna get into that stupid shit? Ugh, I can't stand that shit. And some type of Jews? What, some types of Jews? What does that mean? And want what? CIA, Islam wants it. We know that. And some types of Jews. Who, where, what? Alpha Channel, very subtle, very cool, boss. Thanks. About the double cover, yeah. The two, again, I took the Albanian flag. I use it as an iconic image also, the iconography of at least the Albanian part of the brothers. He wears his t-shirt with the double-headed eagle. Another thing in there, which the brothers also. My mom got leukemia from fly ash from coal mine next to our suburb. Talks to us 13. The Japs didn't have the bomb. I don't know what you mean, Talks to. Clearly, I think you're one of those guys who just will pretend that that was a terrible thing that we did on to Japan and overlook what Japan did to us and what they try to cripple us and wipe us out. And if it worked, what they did, we would have become defeated. That's what they wanted. They got to pay a world historical price for that. They have to pay. It doesn't matter. I don't know what that means. The Japs didn't have the bomb. We had the bomb and we used it on them. It's not like if they have the bomb, then we can beat them. No. We showed them it's over, guys. That's it. You're not going to, do sneak attacks like that and kill thousands of us. It's not going to happen ever again. Ever. Again, they have to pay a world historical price. The only way Hamas pays is by being wiped out, obliterated, that there will be no Hamas, period. That's it. That's the only way. Gibber says, so did you base the character on the Anakin archetype, like he could go light or dark? I don't know. I don't know about that. Not necessarily. Guy from Red Bank, hey, yo. So simply green, the question is not how far do we go, it's where do we stop? If you're talking about the nuke thing, I don't know. Gibber says, be real toxic. Now everyone can throw nukes. I don't know, toxic. I think it might be one of those guys who just pretend that it was a terrible thing that we did. Fuck that. Terrible thing that they did. We got the nuke, we used it, and that's it. That's it. And ever since then, they've been nothing but passive. They haven't been aggressive the way they used to, and an ally. That's it. And they're better off for it too. Let me give you one example, an anecdote, but it's one example. An old guy in Japan, right after the nukes, he said, those were gifts from heaven. They stopped us from suicide. We were willing to go to the mat. Everyone, kids, women were taking up weapons. It was a suicidal country. Homicidal, suicidal. Of course you do. Of course you still like me and toxic because, you know I'm right, a part of you. It's like, damn, Bosch, I know you're right, but I'm going to try to fight a little. You're wrong about that. We had to stop the war, and it did. You don't want, to send American soldiers into the buzzsaw like that. You don't want that. You want to stop an enemy. That's it. Porcon says, I don't know, the illusion there, I think you're trying to say certain Jews. I don't know what you mean. I just don't. And again, I'm acute about that stuff when it comes to the Jews, because again, I was raised to hate Jews by my Muslim family. You better give me a damn good reason if you want to criticize Jews. It's like, you can criticize Israel policies that they did for COVID and stuff. Absolutely. Sometimes making deals with the devil, disgusting. It's terrible. But as a critic of only Jews, that's I'm not saying you are, Toss Dust 13, but I was a part of people who hated Jews for being Jews, period. That's it. Nothing to it. I will get going now, though, guys. I'm sorry. I've been in for almost 4 hours. My longest stream yet. The atrocities Japan carried out throughout the Pacific, supported by their emperor, were on par with what Nazis did in the 30s. Yes. Horrific what it did to the Chinese also. They were brutal. And the only way they can be stopped is with that. And it did stop them. Even after the first bomb, they were still going to fight. The second one, they were like, ah, you have to put them on their knees. And we did. We went there. We told them this is how it's going to be. This is your new constitution. This is your new government. And we're going to be here for a while. And make sure you don't fuck around after. And they learned their lesson. It's a world historical lesson. And the Islamic world needs that lesson, whatever form it takes. And don't take that off the table. Sometimes you need that. It escalates in my Pigman story, by the way, this entire thing. And whatever moral issue someone has, moral qualms about that, it was the right thing to do. And again, if you heard the idiot Tucker Carlson say that they nuked a church in there, that it was the only area that they had Christians, and that's why they did it, and it's retarded. That's the kind of guy who wants to be a victim. He's like, please, I can't wait to be a victim. You piece of shit. And that guy's, just one thing about Tucker Carlson, please, just keep in mind. Whatever I always think about him, you think he's a hard ass, it's not. He laughs like a fucking bitch. Guys, no men laugh like that. We wouldn't accept that from anyone. If someone on the left laughed like that, we would condemn him on that. You can't cackle like a whore and get respect. And that's just the start of it. It's like, okay, something's wrong there. And then you follow it. Oh, everything else is wrong. Okay. That's all. It was too extreme. Nah. No. And again, also one thing could be argued also, they didn't know the extent of what could happen with the nukes. They just knew that we got the biggest bomb yet. And we're going to drop it on these fuckers and we're going to stop the war. There's a certain point where you cannot take a war anymore if you're a civilized country. You can't. You're like, we're sick of this. And we have to make it so horrific for them to continue the war that it stops. That's the only way. You force the enemy to do the last thing they want to do. What's that? Surrender. And what does that take? Hey, going into Atlanta and burning it. Going into Georgia, burning it. That's what it takes. You want war? You want to continue this? You're going to feel it directly. You're going to feel the hard hand of war and civil war. You're going to feel it. All of a sudden, their taste for war was like, I don't know if I don't think we want to continue here. The price is too high. That's what Japan faced. That's what they got. So, you can, I want to visit Japan. Japan, Israel, Italy. Those are the three countries I want to visit. I have no animosity toward it. That's long gone. But the point is that at that time, they were a savage enemy. Savage enemy. They were suicidal. They had suicide bombers. They had, kamikazes. Now they have Islamikazes because of that. That's what they were inspired by that. It's the same type of mentality, same savagery. Every culture is unique and should be preserved as far as possible in as much as they can be civilized. There are self-hating Jews like any group. Sure, no doubt about it. They're also, but what I don't like also when you got these clear naked leftists and being called Jews, meaning they're communist leftists with Jewish names. And when people choose to condemn them for their Jewishness, that's dishonest and you're a Jew hater. They're goddamn commies. The thing that makes them evil is not their Jewishness, not their Judaism, it's their communism. I don't like that. And people they think they're being slick about that. I can catch it all the time. Albert Channel said every culture is unique and should be preserved as far as possible and as much as they can be civilized, quote unquote. Yeah, system agreeing whatever action we take, and it can be very harsh, must sit on our soul. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, it's a tough thing to do, but it has to be done at that point. It stopped the war. Cold. That was it. It could have continued for who knows how much longer. Porco says, I'm a Jew, Zionist. I don't see a difference. No, I don't either. I don't. I think people try to make the difference. At least post 10/7, like, okay, how do we get away with this? Boom, I call them Zionists. Yeah. So I'm a Jew hater, but if I say Zionist, I can't be called racist. Yeah, sure. Depends on how you handle it. Question, what kind of paper do you use and what is your favorite drawing tool? Bristol board paper. The brush is probably the most elegant tool, the most beautiful one that I use, but I've been mixing it between the pens, These Japanese pens. Uh, Brush pens. Suki Tambo, I guess. These are great. Uh, it gives you a little impression of a brush sometimes, but um, my brush, the best one, the Winsor Newton Series 7. Beautiful. That's awesome. Beautiful. Um, for here, for drapery, uh, backgrounds and stuff. But yeah, I've been mixing it up for my latest projects. I've been using a pen, markers, and brush, mixing it all up. I think from after Toth, I was like, because I was locked into only a brush, only, period. That's it. Table for one, I did it all in brush. But after that, I was like, you know what? Let me mix it up. Pigman, I use a pen to ink the brother story and a brush to ink the Pigman story to differentiate the two, different look. And also just, I wanted to experiment. And then my new one will be a complete mix of all that. Portman says Japan had their own jihadist kamikazes. Yeah, America stopped that ever happening again. Yep, yep. And there was a book called Islamikazes, which is, takeoff on that, but it's true. Toxic Dust 13, the kid of World War II survivors. Green including if we don't act like Germans didn't act against Nazis. Green including. If we had to use conventional bombs like in Europe, it would have done more damage than 2 nukes. It's just one bomb instead of 1,000. Right, right. Tox Dust 13, yeah, war is fucked. Yes, Tox Dust, and that's why you have to be brutal in your response to those who start wars. That's the point. War is fucked. Those who start wars got to be ended by any means necessary. They can't be fucked around with. They can't be played with. We played with the Islamic enemy after 9/11. We spent the last 20 years not fighting war. This idea that we've been fighting for 20 years, that war sucks. The government gave war a bad name. War is great as a reaction to those who start wars, and you end it, and that's it. And it has to be done in that way. It can't be dragged out. You can't, you need the moral certitude that you're good, they're evil, they started the war, and they got to be ended. So this idea that, yeah, war is fucked, sure. Those who start wars have to be fucked then. If war is fucked, then those who start wars got to be fucked hard by any means necessary. Garviel Loken says, we were on the brink of a bankruptcy at the end of the war. The American people couldn't take the financial and human toll of war. Yeah, it gets to a certain point where civilized people cannot take it anymore. You can't. And you have to make some decisions that could be, tough. It wasn't easy. They didn't flippantly do it. No. But it had to be done. Toxic Dust 13 says, my grandpa had to hide from the Russian and U.S. rape gangs. What? U.S. rape gangs? Your grandma had to hide from Russian and U.S. rape gangs? Jesus Christ, Toxic Dust 13. That's, yeah. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know what you're going on about, man, but American rape gangs. Jesus Christ. The only rape gangs we know about, at least at this stage, there were other ones across history, sure, but I haven't heard you talk about the Muslim rape gangs. Maybe you have, I don't know. Russian, you're equating Russian in World War II with the U.S., the same thing. Jesus Christ. Toxic indeed. You're going to get dusted maybe here too. We'll see. Simply Green, I once did the math on 2 nukes versus a ground invasion. Now I don't think we should be using nukes because the effects are horrific, but 2 nukes including cancers till today, fewer deaths. Look, man, the point is this. It's the ultimate weapon. Someone starts a war with you, they're counting on you not to use them, counting on you, and they are edging to get them. Our enemies want the nuke. We have the American dream. The Islamic dream is to get the nuke and nuke everyone, if need be. They want the world. This is not an exaggeration. They want the world. You can't fuck around with them. We've been fucking around with them. Alpha Channel says, how can any white European who knows about the Kalergi plan and Barbara Lerner Specter and HIAS not see all Jews as a very serious threat? What? How can any white European who knows about the what? All Jews? Jesus Christ. Alpha Channel, what the fuck is going on here? I think these guys are getting a little off the mark here. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Terrible. Porcon says, did that brush pen use India ink or something else? I don't know, but I know one thing, that it doesn't go brown. I know that, so it could be India ink, because I know that Toth used to use felt tip markers, and the original art, you see it now, it's brown, So my stuff has looked, it's as solid black as for years now. Pages from 20 years ago, this and that. But that was all India ink, actually. But even the ones from Pigment, even the ones from 15 years ago, the pen work, there's nothing brown in them. So, yeah. That brush pen. Okay, Porcon, I got your Illustrator on its way from UK now. Very, very cool, Porcon. That's awesome. Debris Comics, cool book, Bosch. Looks clever and ironic. Thanks, man. Garviel, Loken, the same thing with Vietnam. They wouldn't let the military crush the communists. Yeah, that's the thing. Our military is the best in the world. Everyone knows that. The whole world knows that. But the whole world also knows that our politicians keep a leash on it, on the brutality that we can do. Because it's like, no, I don't want to do that. It's like, bitch, you're not doing it. You're letting our soldiers do that. That's their job. Crush our enemies if they start wars with us. That's it. If they spread their evil across, yeah, sometimes we do want to stop them from doing that, and we have to crush them. And we could. But you have self-loathing scumbags in Washington who don't want to put their name on it because they're like, ugh, it's disgusting. Alpha Channel says, when John Lennon said the Jew is using the black and as muscle against the white man, was he lying? You know what, Alpha Channel? I don't know. Get your shit out of here, honestly. I don't tolerate that. I just don't. At all. And if you know my channel, you know my work, you know where I'm coming from. You're getting on my nerves here with this shit. You really are. I know it's fashionable today for faggots to hate Jews and do so proudly, allegedly, as if they're morally righteous about it. You guys are fags. You are. You're fruits. You're weak. You're cowards. It's the most shittiest, long. It's so old. It's exhausting. And you keep this up, talking about the Jews, and you say every Jew here, you're out. You're out. So keep at it. Absolute bullshit. And also blaming communism for the Jews, Jews for communism, get the fuck out of here. Okay, I don't think war is ever great, but it has to end quickly. Yeah, that's the thing, Sherman understood. Sherman's march, he's like, you want war? Let's give it to you as hard as possible. And the South was like, we're out. We're out. That's it. It's disgusting. We're Russians and Americans together. I know it's. Albert Chalmers says Rothschild funded the dismantling of slavery, so that sounds like another international Jew conspiracy. It's so tiring, Alpha Channel. Aren't communism, feminism, and homosexual all anti-white Jewish plots? You're out. Alpha Channel. Disgusting. What the fuck is this? Is this the protocols of the elders of Zion? Were the communists pushed? This idea that Nazis against Jews, fucking communists. Protocols of the Elders of Zion, Will Eisner's last graphic novel. This is sickening stuff. Get this shit off my channel, bitch. Terrible. Terrible. I think he's one of those Jews killed Jesus thing. Jesus was a Jew, Alpha Channel. He was a Jew. The Soviets were pretty brutal when they entered Germany. Sure, the Soviets. You think Americans were rape gangs? Jesus Christ. Porcon, you can't start a war and then cry genocide when your opponent defends themselves. Toxic Dust 13, do you know war? That's war. Okay. I think we're gonna end this, guys. You're getting fucked up here. I can't stand. I've heard enough of this all my life. And again, criticize individuals, absolutely. There are good Jews, bad Jews, good Christians, bad Christians, good Muslims, bad Muslims. Happens to be, though, that the most devout Muslims, the true Muslims, are the most evil scum on earth. That's a fact. On the other side, you get good Jews. They can be as devout or not. Good Christians, they could be, it depends on, if they're faithful to any aspect of their religions, that they're decent. They are. They can be moralizing at times, it's not sure. But the most devout Muslims are warmongers. I can't stand this shit. I can't. And poor, Alpha Channel, you can say I don't hate anyone, but you keep talking about the Jews. That's what you keep talking about. Get that shit off my channel, really. You sound like a goddamn Muslim or Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens. Just curious, do you like Candace Owens, Alpha Channel? Is that your girl? Or did you start liking her at 10-7? Catalyst Vault, a little off the rails, guys, indeed. I don't hate anyone. That's what people who hate people say often. Anyway. All right, guys. You guys take care. Be well. Thanks for sticking around, even though I fucked up with the mic. I'm sorry about that. I guess I am still on. Interesting journey on this particular podcast. It's almost 4 hours, longest thing I've ever done here. Anyway, I don't tolerate people hating people for only who they are. Hating gays for just being gays, fuck out of here. I can't stand that shit. I can't. Individuals are individuals. Now, there's a difference between individual homosexuals and the collectivist group named LGBT. That's a communist front group of homosexuals. They're gay commies. To hell with them. But hating gays because they're gay, terrible, terrible. Hating blacks because they're black, terrible. Hating Jews because they're Jews, no. And also, I think there are idiots who hate Muslims just to be Muslims when you got damn good reason. Muslims give you damn good reasons to hate them as a collective. Not all Muslims, clearly, but as a collective, not condemning Hamas, loving them, unacceptable. Last pitch, guys. Let's get to 154 before I get off here. Come on, guys. Any backer there who hasn't gotten it yet? Ask me for a pitch here. I'll give it to you in 2 minutes. I'll give you a reason why to get it. At least we can end off with one of you guys getting back in it, if you haven't yet. And on a good note, because I can't stand this stuff. I really can't. I can't stand it. It's like hating in people because of what group they're at. That is savage shit right there. It's just savage. It really is. It's unacceptable. That's not what civilized people ought to be engaged in at all. Especially Americans. You should be ashamed if you feel that way as an American. America's all about individual rights. It's all about individuality. It's all about respecting the individual, no matter who the hell they are. The group is the problem sometimes in terms of, again, the commie female group, the feminists, the commie black group, the BLM, the commie gay group, LGBT, all that. And then there are, Jews who are communists. They're communists, but people want to attribute their evil to their Judaism. That's evil. All these rats in the Democrat Party, the Jews in there, you think they're Jews first? They're commies. They don't give a fuck about their Judaism. They have trumped their Judaism with their communism. Chuck Schumer is a communist. He's a communist. Nothing personal, mate. We had some laughs. I wouldn't put you on a train. No. Porcut says Jews and apostates are brothers and that they have in common listening to anti-Semitism their entire lives. It's tiring, man. It's exhausting and it's so fucking retarded. It's so retarded, Jew hatred. And it's so, I can't stand also when some people write like the Jews, they think they're saying something edgy. Give me a fucking break. Draw Moses and see what happens. Nothing, bitches. Nothing. Draw Muhammad and see what happens. Give me a break, guys. You get canceled. Kanye got canceled by Jews. Kanye got canceled by Kanye. He's a fucking retard. He's a disgusting piece of shit. He fucked himself. He opens his mouth. He is truly, I am my worst enemy. That's what he must. That's what he should be saying every day, because that's the truth. Yeah, I knew that. I have to go later. Guy from Redback. Take care, guys. Garvio Loken. Yeah, I knew that Stalin was a straight maniac. I read that his staff was so scared to wake him up to tell him the Germans invaded. Yeah. I never got to Candace. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm not sure if I believe that. I got my eye on you right now because I don't. Yeah. Some stuff coming out. Divinity Comics. Well, to be fair, the Jews absolutely hate Christians and think we are all. Okay, the Jews absolutely, as in all Jews hate Christians. You dummy. You dummy. It's like saying all Christians hate Jews. Some do. All? As in the Christians absolutely hate. This is collectivist thinking, idiot. This is collectivist thinking. You might as well be a leftist. Albert Channel says apologies. To what? To whom? To me? You should apologize for bringing this shit here. Porcon says I'd probably send you a pager to Alpha Channel. Guys, I'm starting to get sleepy here as well. I already muted. I don't want to also fall asleep. 4-hour stream. God damn it. I like them though. I like everyone. Yeah. You say Divinity Comics. To be fair, Jews absolutely hate Christians and think we are all heretics, and then you like everyone. Sure. God damn it. That's some half-assed bigotry right there. Go for it. You know. Night Art. Alpha, back it or I'll text your beeper. Hell yeah. Catalyst Vault. I'm going to push your campaign for the next few days. I'm off work. I appreciate Catalyst Vault. Much appreciated, guys. Guys, I'm going to refresh. If you guys can back it. One last one. Let's see. Anyone who's on the fence, let me know. I'm going to push your campaign. Thanks, guys. Poor cunt, you deserve another backer for all the trouble in the chat. I'll take it. Well done on 10,000 Bosch Jack. Caitlin. Thanks, man. Catlin or Caitlin? I don't want to mispronounce it because Caitlin Jenner. Caitlin Gender. Jibber, you made a lot of fans, Bosch. I hope so. You know. It's a whole new world to me being part of Kings and Comicsgate. I love it. I really appreciate it, guys. And I know we're going to disagree on certain things, but god damn it, guys. You hate Jews, get the fuck out of here. I can't stand you. I really can't. If you hate Jews, you're a collectivist whore who belongs on the left or in goddamn Mecca. Truly. I'm just tired of it. I was raised with this shit. It is so tired, so old, and so stupid. The biggest retards in my life hated Jews. Morally retarded. Intellectually retarded. Ray Child, 78. Thank you, Bosch. Take care. I will buy at least 2 books next week. Thank you very much, Ray Child. Appreciate it. Amoral Fat 40 Ounce says they fucked with us on 9/11, and that's why I love Bosch and his work. I just wish I could have supported him sooner before Comicsgate. Thank you very much, Amoral Fat 40 Ounce. But I'm here. You're here. I love it. You know, it's revitalized. I think my hope about Pigman getting out there and getting a chance, getting a shot in the marketplace. You know, and again, to me, this is the marketplace. It's like, you know, Every July talks about the comic book industry. He's part of it. He's really not. He's his YouTube thing. The big difference, Ripitards, Rippaverse, and Comicsgate are comic book fans. And let's just say, even if they were just fans of Ethan, now they're comic book fans. But regardless how they got there, they're comic book fans now. I believe that. They don't get it to just pack it up and, you know, put it on their wall. You guys read this. That's incredibly important. That's an incredibly important distinction as well. And you guys know your stuff. You know your stuff. Very important. Especially for cartoons who love this stuff, you know. Porker says Kanye belongs to the Nation of Islam, parading his poor wife in public naked. That's slavery shit. I wouldn't be shocked. Poor cunt. I would not be shocked. And would not be shocked also that if he is, that he would deny it or not show it, because as far as I know, he pretends to be a Christian. Gibber says, LOL, all Christians is false right away. Yeah, all Christians or all Jews. Either or. It's just stupid talk. And again, you know, people accuse me, right? You think all Muslims are terrorists? No, dummy. No. You do, clearly. And you don't differentiate between the jihadists and Muslims who don't murder. You know, it's stupid. Porcon says, I have no issues with Christians as long as they don't try to attack my people or for Romans killing Jews. Like Jason Whitlock also, he has a passive attitude about Jews. He hates them, but he's not going to be as stupid as Candace is in expressing it openly. He still thinks he's being slick about it. But the Jews, I'll say it. Yeah, you're a brave Jew. You got a show called Fearless. When's the last time you guys ever heard him take out Islam? Criticize it. Muslims, jihad, anything. He has the biggest mouth on the internet, arguably, right? He's one of the biggest fat guys too. I met him. I gave him Pigman a few years ago at a conference at the David Horowitz Freedom Center, right? I talked about it. I said, I know you show Fearless. I watch it. Well, check this out. You might be interested in this. You think he'd ever have me on? Ever? No. He's preoccupied with the Jews and with my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. My Lord and Savior is like, I get it. I get it, Jason. I get that you're a born-again Christian and you feel you have a lot to atone for. That's your problem, bro. It's not a Jew's problem. It's your problem. All right, guys. Hitler named Mein Kampf after jihadism, which means my struggle. Adolf was an Islamist. Not actually, but he had a soft spot for it. He called Islam a masculine, muscular religion. And he didn't name it after that. He didn't, actually. That's, I think, in the mythology, some people try to connect that. He didn't. But there was a love affair between the Muslim Brotherhood and Hitler. They wrote him love letters, literally. They did. Hassan al-Banna from the Muslim Brotherhood wrote Hitler love letters. The other guy, what's his name? The other Muslim Brotherhood guy. He was, let me show you quick here. Guys, if you don't think I can talk for hours about this stuff, I can. I think you've realized that now. But I'm getting tired. But I do appreciate you guys being here. I'm going to show you one last thing here. Hassan al-Banna, and there's Pigman with Muhammad, Dr. Muhammad, going at it on a television program. Okay, Sayyid Qutb. This is where Pigman and Super Jihad are going at it behind the scenes in a debate about Islam, where Pigman has his book called The Post-Islamic World. The Post-Islamic World. That's his book, and that's Frank and his family. Pigman. And he's busted up. But the Post-Islamic World. And Hassan al-Banna from Muslim Brotherhood and Sayyid Qutb. Sayyid Qutb had a Hitler mustache. And they go at it here about, he goes, says the guy with the Hitler mustache who became a born-again Muslim on 9/11. He goes, it's not Hitler mustache. He goes, He goes, let me guess, it's Sayyid Qutb mustache? He goes, yes, I wear it in homage to the great man. He goes, and he very likely wore it in homage to Hitler. While there was a love affair between Muslims and Hitler and the Nazis, that's not why he did it. It's my struggle. And jihad, technically, on one definition, one meaning does mean struggle. My struggle doesn't mean my struggle, it means struggle. The dominant definition of jihad is holy war in the name of Islam. Holy war. Muslims try to pretend it's struggle. It's not. It's holy war. That's a secondary definition. Struggle. So, okay. Gibber says the pork stop being fake, bro. Divinity Comics, uncomfortable truths hardly equate to bigotry. I think making a book with Muslims with a pig superhero when you know that is very offensive is slightly more bigotry. What do I know? Yeah, you don't know much, Divinity. It's a stupid comment, first of all. I think making a book with Muslims with a pig superhero when you know it is very offensive is slightly more bigotry. That's a really stupid comment. With Muslims, it's jihadists in there. It's a war. The war started by jihadists, Muslims who go take it all the way and kill people. It's not about Muslims, dummy. That's stupid. Ugh. Anyway, I do on parody and humor, though, so it's not offensive to me. It's a stupid comment. It really is. The threat is not your average Muslim. That's not what I take on there. It's the ones who take it seriously. It's the true believers and Islam. That's it. Shout out, Blur. Al Husseini, the Grand Mufti, the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, who tried to expedite the Holocaust because he thought that the Germans were, the Nazis were lazy. He tried to do that. He was invited there. They were part of the Holocaust. Muslims, part of it. Blur says, damn, I wasn't subbed and just saw this was live. Inshallah. Peace be upon me. Again, guys, if you're here, subscribe. We'll have more of this type of thing. We'll go the gamut. Good, bad, ugly. It's all here, man. I'm all for it. I just will not tolerate certain things. I won't. I will knock you out if you get really stupid. And it's not, look, it's free speech, fine. Bigotry, nah, fuck that. No. You guys might, like this guy, Divinity Comics, tried to pretend that I'm well, Muslims will be offended. Fuck that. I'm way past the point of that. They murder cartoonists for drawing Muhammad, and we're supposed to so worry about their being offended by something. Fuck you. Fuck that. It's really stupid. Think about what you're saying, Divinity Comics. Just that name itself is like Divinity Comics. I think I know where you're coming from. Oof. Anyway. Refresh. I backed. Well, back again in a few weeks. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Oh, you guys backed here. That's what you meant? Thanks, guys. Much appreciated, man. Thank you very much. You guys have been great. This has been a interesting stream, especially the mute. My God. Terrible. Anyway, well, that's one way to get backers. Call them stupid. Ugh. You are stupid, Divinity Comics. You said a really stupid thing in there. I'm not going to pretend you're not because I want backers. I want backers, sure, but if you say something stupid, I'm going to call you stupid. Jesus. You should hang out with EVS. You'd get along great. I do, actually. Anyway, I don't think you belong here, Divinity. I think it's the first time you're here. It could be the last time. You're not bright enough. You're really stupid, actually. You called, you said, hey, man, you make a comic about Muslims. You think that's not hateful? It's like, that's just dumb, man. It's really stupid. Richard Luciano. Hypothetically, what would happen if Pigman had a sidekick who wore, instead of pigskin, pages of the Quran? I guess that would be as offensive because they wouldn't want to touch him. Like, oh, shit, it's a holy page, I guess in that way, it's like they don't want to touch Pigman because it might go to paradise, but they don't want to touch that because they don't want to hurt it, I guess. Divinity Comics, LOL, you don't know me? Trust me, you will. You're boring me, Divinity. You're boring me, bro. And this comic is not for you. Clearly, it's not for you. So get out of here, or you'll be gotten out of here. Terror, Bacon Storm, Barb Rogers, Miss Solar Terror. Guys, you take care. Thank you very much. The good, the bad, and the ugly. It was all good, man. Back Pigman, unlike any comic on Earth. Not an exaggeration. This is a fact. There's no comic like it. Check it out. Guys, take care, man. Be well. Take care. Thanks.